participants. What is your name? Bob and Manu? Bob and Manu, welcome. You are the heroes of the morning. Yes, wonderful. So, and you have a very exclusive insight because towards a deep tech economy, a joint vision from VCs, and we have here a lot of very good VCs, and we have the new Estado Digitalización on stage here, and I'd like to invite first Cristina Roca, jefa de área Secretaría de Estado de Digitalización de Inteligencia Artificial. Please, an applause. Yes, thank you so much. And then I would like to ask first to stage Alberto. Alberto Gomez, founding partner at Adara Ventures. And then Borga Santos, VC investor at Vitamin K Fund. And then last but not least, Carlos Herranz, coordinator at the same Secretary of Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence. All right, I would say, Cristina, rock and roll.
Thank you. So welcome everyone to this last day of South Summit. Thank you for joining us on this day full of innovation and entrepreneurship. My name is Cristina Roca, and I will be moderating this panel that is entitled Towards a Deep Tech Economy, a joint vision from VCs. So from 9:30 till 10 a.m., we will be exploring the fascinating world of deep tech, and our objective will be threefold. First, we will analyze the current state of the deep tech ecosystem, both in Spain and in Europe. Secondly, we will explore the fundamental role that venture capital funds play in this ecosystem. And third, we will explore as well successful stories and investments in deep tech and the lessons we have learned from them. So let's start this conversation by getting a big picture of how the deep tech ecosystem works. So first of all, Alberto, what is your vision? How would you describe the current landscape of deep tech companies in Europe and especially in Spain? And what are the main challenges and opportunities you see in this ecosystem?
Right, thank you very much. I am very positive about the opportunities and the growth potential for deep tech. Deep tech is a sector that requires patience because the development of products and go-to-markets take time, and this is a sector that maybe suffered a bit more in the late, sort of in the 2015 to 2020, because it was all about growth. Now that sort of financial, let's say, efficiency is more important, and also that AI is making the development of software cheaper and easier. Software is no longer just such a barrier of entry. So deep tech companies indeed can create some competitive advantages and defenses around their businesses that I think investors like, that are harder to copy, replicate, and what I think it's doing very well in Europe, and that there are more and more investors that are focusing on deep tech. I think in Spain, I think the part that we need to promote a lot more is the collaboration with universities, making sure that universities have the means or the initiative to take ideas and technologies from the lab to the market, so that academic research and lab research doesn't stay, but that it is linked with people that have an entrepreneurial sort of drive or mentality, and that want to take those ideas, that research, to market. And I think it's a very good time, and frankly, I think Europe is very, very competitive with the United States and with China in basic research. We just need to promote now how those turn into more startups, more companies.
So Borja, do you agree with Alberto's point of view?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Alberto has summarized. I'm going to try to complement, just not to say exactly what he was saying, but I fully agree with the vast majority of the things that he has said. I think that it's been a terrific year for Europe in general in terms of investment for deep tech, and I think the amount is about billions of money going into those kind of companies, and we are very positive and excited about the trend. I think Spain is following their own path as well. I think we have an amazing talent and great universities, and that's something, certainly a few other things that differentiate from what you can actually might find on other regions as well. But complementing Alberto, I would add two things. One, funding is very needed in this vertical. Science, potentially, the closer that you be to the science, the far away you are from distribution, meaning that it will take more time for you to go up to the market. And he mentioned that AI is going to close a gap, and I think we should be talking about this as part of this panel, and that's true, but still, I mean, there is patience to be put on it, and there is money that has to be put on those companies, so they take the time to ramp and to get a good distribution, to get to the market and get product market fit. I think that's one thing. And the other thing that should be added to the puzzle is corporations as well. Corporations is very needed, not only potentially on ways to adapt to technology and become the client of all those deep tech companies, which sometimes for the corporations is about hacking the system. So it's not a easy play for whoever is championing that startup within the organization, and that's something that hopefully will get better. And also from an M&A perspective, so more opportunities from our corporations here should actually help as well.
And Carlos, what is your view from the institutional point of view, no?
Yeah, so I pretty much agree with your view. I think when we analyze the state of the deep tech ecosystem in Europe, and particularly in Spain, there are different factors that has to be taken into account. First of them is talent. I think it's clear that here in Europe, and particularly in Spain, we have great professionals, great technologists, technicians, with great ability to develop deep tech projects. It's true that probably what we are missing a little bit is the go-to-market capacity, right? So the ability to place the product or the service they develop into the market for the first time. And I think that in this particular aspect, VCs, especially the ones that invest in early stages, can have an important role by try to avoid these startups making mistakes at those very first stages, right, beyond the investment they make. This is something which is recognized. I mean, we've been talking with our fund, our Next Tech Fund, with different international VCs, and they all recognize that Spain has the talent, but probably we are missing that point. Also, with regard to talent, it's true that probably during the next year we will be facing a challenge. And it's of course, now it's easier than ever to live in a country and to work for a company in another country, so the competitiveness for talent will be very high. And of course, from the public perspective, measures to attract and retain talent will be very important in the future. And this is with regard to talent, and also with respect to finance. I agree that I think the situation in Europe is much better than it was years ago. I mean, we've been closing the gap with particularly the United States. And yeah, I think that also from the public perspective, we've been developing a lot of programs, a lot of initiatives to cover all the spectrum from early stages to late stage, with different instruments, from grants, participatory loans, equity. So I think the state is good, and hopefully it's better next year.
Okay, so I think we can all agree that there is an opportunity, especially in Spain. We have the talent, thanks to universities. also the importance of AI, and the impact that it has. But one of the main challenges is also the lack of financing, for example, and this is where venture capitals have a fundamental role, in financing this deep tech ecosystem that, as Alberto has said, you need to have a lot of patience because it's a sector that takes time to mature. So now that we have this big picture of the landscape of the deep tech ecosystem, let's bring the role of venture capital funds now into the equation. So, for example, Alberto, how would you say that how Adara Ventures, your fund, improves this ecosystem, or how it helps the deep tech companies to thrive or to overcome the challenges that we have exposed?
Right. So, well, obviously, the first thing is financing, right? So that's obvious. There's no venture without capital, right? But so, in addition to just providing the funding that they need to grow, I think what we try to do is to help founders to. We don't get too much into the design of the product. We like to back people that know their sectors better than we do. I think the idea of a venture capitalist is primarily to back very smart people and very, capable and ambitious people. So what we try to do is be supportive, to help them, for example, in developing their organization. For example, establishing all the way from a governance structure at the board and the proper sort of advisory input that they can have at the board level, bringing other investors to invest in these companies internationally, people that we've worked with in the past and that we can, sort of bring to their attention the opportunity to invest in a company that we've backed at an early stage, assist in some of with some connections in go-to-market partnerships, etc., guidance and support. But I think many times the best thing that one can do is provide, some measure of support, financial discipline, long-term view, and at the same time let them do their thing, and not get into the day-to-day management of these companies, which, the moment you start sort of second-guessing operating decisions, I think that's a mistake, frankly, as a VC.
Yeah, you need to go hand by hand now through the financing, but also let them do their thing because they're experts in this field, that it's really a really technical field, in
Absolutely.
quantum computing, in cybersecurity.
Absolutely.
So what is your view, Borja, with how does K-Fund also help these companies?
Just to give a bit of context, K-Fund does tickets from 100K up to 10 million, so meaning that we can actually help companies to go moving towards the different stages. And one of the fundamentals that we're trying to do is the team has like two types of profiles, I would say. So we have the investors, people that have been in this for over 10 years, so financial background in a way. And then we tend to have like a strong operator mentality. And so many of us have been actually founding startups, or working on startups that have actually scale. And one of the things that we tend to do is try to be the investors that we didn't have when we scale those businesses, the ones that that when actually remove the logo of their company, things go wrong in a way. So the ones that they're gonna stick in the corner with you, hand to hand, trying to help. Because, by the way, this is way more fun than just giving the funds. So that's kind of the mentality that we're trying to bring, and that's why many of us are actually coming more with an operator profile. And translating that, moving that to deep tech, and also because I have I'm a little bit biased because I have a sales background. So one of the big challenges, of course, is to go from, from early days to sales in terms of, and start capturing those sales. It's very educational in a way. So it tends to be like a very long sales process. And normally, some of those companies are also targeting enterprises. So we really try to be close to them about how to do that pitch, because some of those profiles, they're very techy in a way, and it's hard to have the technical and the growth mentality both ways. And I think Alberto made a good point. Certainly, we won't be able to help them from a technical perspective because they know the product well and they know they're actually selling well and so on. But certainly, we try to be close to them on those sales initially, and also to make that potentially scalable and predictable in a way. And that's something very critical for those kind of companies we try to be very close to.
Yeah, that's very important, as you have said, because many of these deep tech companies usually come from spin-offs of universities that they are very qualified profiles and really techy, but they need the market vision, no? So it is very important. Carlos?
Yeah, so to put this into context, the Next Tech Fund is a venture capital fund that was born back in 2021. And it's an initiative launched by the Secretary of State of Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence, together with ICO, which is the Spanish public bank, and Axis, its venture capital manager. It made its first investment in 2022. With time, it has increased its size from 500 million at the beginning to 4 billion now with these next generation EU funds. So we invest both directly in companies, but also in other funds. When we invest in companies, we look for Spanish companies or companies that have the main activity in Spain. Tickets range from 5 to 20 million euros, though this can be flexible. And we always invest in a co-investment basis. So yeah, there has to be a private operator, and we apply the same conditions as them. This with regards to direct investment, but also we operate as a fund of funds. When we operate as such, we require the invested fund to invest twice the money we put in that fund into Spanish companies. It's a little bit flexible because it's 1x in direct investment and another x. It can be from attracting international investment in rounds led by the invested fund. And our main characteristic is that we are focusing mainly on deep tech, right? So we want disruptive technology, we want innovative projects, and that's our target, our goal. So at the end, of course, we are putting 4 billion euros into Spanish deep tech economy from 2022 to 2026, which is the limit we have. But also with this Next Tech Fund, what we want is to, first of all, to increase the size of private funds. So at the end, back in 2022, when we analyzed the state of the deep tech ecosystem, we saw that the investment was mainly concentrated in the early stages phases. So yeah, it was very difficult for deep tech startups to find national or European financing when they were growing up. So that's our first goal, to make funds a little bit bigger to be able to finance this kind of scale-up companies. And also, our second objective is to attract foreign investments, right? So probably there are some venture capital that have not had a really big track record in Spanish companies. But thanks to the Next Tech investment, they start knowing the Spanish ecosystem, and hopefully in the future, this is something that can go straight forward. So this is the way we try to boost the Spanish ecosystem in deep tech.
So we know that venture capital obviously plays a fundamental role in this ecosystem, and especially it is also important to take into account the private and public collaboration, no? So we can all understand now the real impact that your financing and that deep tech has in our lives. Could you also highlight a successful investment in deep tech made by your fund and the impact that it has, or the lessons that you have learned from it?
Yes, thank you. So we've been, yes, indeed, fortunate to have been involved with a few success stories. A couple of cybersecurity companies, Spanish, that have been sold to AT&T and to Datadog very successfully. But I would highlight a company that we exited maybe 10 years ago. It's a company we backed and that we started by two professors from the electronics department at the University of Zaragoza. And these guys were doing chips, analog to digital and digital to analog converters in chips that would enable communications in power lines and electricity cables of digital signals. And this basically enables electricity meters to communicate with, an IT infrastructure. And these are the smart meters that are now being used, for example, for home efficiency uses and for sort of regulating the consumption of electricity in homes at the most efficient times, etc. These, this company was acquired by Microchip, a U.S. Sort of global semiconductor company. It's a company that when we started, there were 5 engineers. When the company was acquired, maybe there were 30, 35. It's still functioning right there out of Zaragoza, and it's become the global hub for Microchip for smart metering. It's more than 90 engineers. The pilot customer for the company was Iberdrola. So the development of smart meters, was beginning to happen in Spain. The prime standard was developed in partnership between this company, ADD Semiconductor, and Iberdrola, and other global players. So it's not a very visible company. It wasn't a huge exit. It wasn't multi-hundred million, but it was a very good return for our fund and a very good outcome for the founders and for the team there locally.
Of course. Thank you. And Borja from K Fund.
I was just talking with Alberto before the talk, and I said I'm gonna perhaps mention a company that we co-invested together. Also to explain also some of the arguments that we said before, which is it really makes sense that for us to collaborate and invest on complementing angles, as well, even from the same country, on some of those companies. I think one space that we find it very interesting these days is biotech, biodata in general. I think there are many problems to solve there about how to extract the data, transform it, and also transfer that into business decisions as well. I think that's an important thing that still has many room for improvement. And there is this company in Valencia that we invested called Kivim. Those guys, they basically are using AI to extract data from images, which they will make better than oncologists. So they objectivize the oncology decisions, which is an amazing mission with an amazing team and an amazing founder. They have 2 different business lines. One business line, when you actually are selling to hospitals, those kind of products, I think it's very hard. It's a hard sell. So you have to try to get some capillarity on how you do it. And they managed to sign an agreement with one of the major hardware providers global, which is Philips. We have a very strong presence in Europe. And that's actually going to come with an embedded solution within the hardware product, which is going to give these guys tremendous capillarity by having the product installed within the hardware. But they're also selling to hospitals directly, which is great. Some of the products are regulated by the Agencia Europea del Medicamento. They also have, approved by the FDA in the US. So that actually direct sale to hospital is amazing. And on parallel, backing up the first argument I mentioned about biodata and biotech, in a way, they also help in pharma companies and research companies to accelerate clinical trials which is a very expensive and painful process, and they're doing that by once again complementing data coming from images. So actually, I'm very excited about these guys because they are kind of creating a new category with certainly a global impact. So that would be the example I would like to mention.
Thank you. And from the Next Tech Fund?
Yeah, so the Next Tech Fund, as it was launched in 2022, it has not elapsed enough time to see a success story or success case. But yeah, we'd like to highlight a couple of the latest investment that have gone through the investment committee. One of them is Supel. Supel is a space tech company. They are developing a satellite constellation just to get, process, and commercialize image data from the Earth. And the other one is in Brain, which is a biotech. They are developing through very computer interfaces a platform to decode neural networks and to be able to make filming of disease easy. So I would like to highlight those two investments because at the end, those are deep tech companies. They need a lot of finance in the very early stages, from the time they start the company to the time they start getting revenues. So we are very happy to try to help them to complete their financing rounds. And I think that has to be a little bit the scope of our fund of Nestec.
Thank you. So, well, unfortunately, this session is now coming to an end. But before we end, I would like to pose just one last question to our panelists. So starting by Alberto, in one sentence, what message would you like to give to the deep tech ecosystem in Spain?
Go for it. We are very eager investors to hear your proposals and ideas. I think there is hunger from the VC community to invest in deep tech.
Thank you. Borja?
Yeah, I mean, I think things are moving so quickly, and I think there is a lot of enabling technology already there, which will accelerate a lot of the times of development for companies to compete. So we are super excited about the things that we have seen. 2022 and 2023 has been a bit weird for us because of the deal flow has not been very determined, I would say. But we certainly seen a trend in 2024 on a little bit more activity towards the funnel, the bottom of the funnel in a way. So go for it, and we are super eager about what the things that we've seen in the ecosystem, and yeah.
Yeah, time is now. I would say that. When we talk about innovation, we are always going late. So yeah, you have a good project. Now resources are higher than ever. So yeah, it's time to invest in technology, and it's time to develop technological and deep tech companies.
So we know that for all these young entrepreneurs here, now go for it. It's the time to invest and to develop deep tech. This session has come to an end. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists, Alberto, Borja, and Carlos, for sharing your valuable time and knowledge with us. And we hope this session has been as enriching for you as it has been for us. And enjoy the last day of South Summit, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Cristina, Alberto, Borja, and Carlos. Thank you so much for kicking off this wonderful day. All right, and next we have quantum leaps, unlocking new possibilities for humanity. So to the stage, I call Unai Franco, managing partner at White Peaks Partners. Unai, where are you? Unai, please. Yes. And then I would like to call to the stage Catalina Valentino, co-founder at Elixir. Catalina. And Joseph Michael Daniels, a world-leading sustainable technologist. Welcome to stage. All right. Yes, please. Unai, let's rock and roll.
To talk about how digital twin technology and other advanced technologies are transforming entire industries and society and communities and cities. To help us dig into that, we have Catalina Valentino and Joseph Michael Daniels, co-founders of Elixir, which is a company with a grand and novel vision to interconnect the planet by bringing together the first smart nations across all 7 continents by using technologies that you are developing that are aligned with the UN's strategic development goals. But aside from that, I should mention that Catalina, on top of being an entrepreneur, has also, among others, a number of roles, including senator and member of the Smart Cities Board to World Business Angels Investment Forum. She's also a special advisor to the UK Business Council for Sustainable Development, and also board advisor to a very interesting venture fund called Una Terra Venture Capital, which is a 200 million plus Article 9 fund focused on the circular economy. And Joseph's background is equally impressive. Entrepreneur at a very young age, founded his first successful company at age 23, Project Etopia, to revolutionize sustainable building. Raised more than $50 million and built the first net zero connected buildings across 4 continents, was that?
Yeah, 4 continents.
Exactly. And among all other roles, Joseph also is a special advisor to the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero for the British government. He's also chair of decarbonization in the UK Business Council for Sustainable Development, and also he's co-founder and vice president of the Live Data Trust, which is an initiative that we'll probably talk about a little bit later because it's really, really interesting. So why don't we start by you telling us a little bit about Elixir. What are the key objectives and how did it all come about?
Well, so we had a plan to create a series of different technologies in different sectors to address various different challenges. But what really spoke to us is that we wanted to address a multitude of challenges that enable smart cities. So what we've done is every year we're creating a series of different technologies which then interconnect to create smart nations. So what I mean by that is this year we've invested into and created built environment technologies, so around the housing and all of these different sort of challenges that we face there at the moment with, for example, planning. So the planning processes takes, 18 months maximum. We've now reduced that into about 3 months' time through digital twins. We've also then looked at education next year, then we look at infrastructure, we look at layering in the rest of the sort of mobility market. So you see that every year we're looking at addressing different key focuses of infrastructure. That's what we're doing. We wanted to really build solutions that drive smart cities. And so that's where we kind of, where Joseph probably fill on some of those technologies right now, because I know that you're excited to talk about those.
Yeah, and the Smart Nations Toolkit is about understanding that there's a multitude of problems when it comes to a smart city. When I went and built in Namibia, Saudi Arabia, New York, and the UK back in the day, I realized that we're basically creating the same set of rules, but from different sets of data. So it's kind of like, we're all just, the same building was built on 4 continents. They all performed slightly differently. Ironically, the ones in the deserts outperformed everything else, which you think is mind-blowing, right? But what it came down to was this red tape.
Yeah.
And this red tape kind of stops progress. Elon Musk says something really interesting recently, that the policy of human progress means that sometimes we get caught up in the legalities. And it's important to note that step change is required. And so when me and Catalina came up with the strategy of what we call Planet 2030, we acquired the domain planet.earth, so we actually own that as a website. So that will be our ecosystem where it lives. We realized that there is step changes in industries. So in decarbonization of old assets, we've got 220 million old buildings, 100 in Europe, 29 million in the UK, 140 million in the USA. Those assets are depreciating, even though they appreciate in value, they're actually depreciating in performance, and we don't have the right data, and the data actually is wrong when you go into them. So we developed a technology that addresses creating digital twins from measurement, from LiDAR. It takes that, it uses sensors, it combines that data to give you a source of truth that actually gives you outputs. And just in that instance alone, we realized the actual EPC was so drastically wrong that a company was about to spend £25,000 to fix something that wasn't broken. And another company was about to spend £5,000 on something that was totally broken. So it started to show us the data. So then what we did is, that was one of the first companies in the group. We realized off the back of decarbonizing cities, you need energy and data. So we have a decentralized energy and data company that invests in decentralized data centers and energy systems that use smart technology, again, using digital twins. And then the third product this year that we launched, and all of these are commercially available internationally at the moment. The third one was Meta Connects, and that was really the first step into smart cities planning and digital twin infrastructure, and that's the technology Catalina mentioned. Now, if you look at these three technologies, whilst one of them is planning and infrastructure, smart digital twins, one is retrofit, decarbonization, existing buildings, digital twins, and one is energy and data digital twins and a consumer marketplace for energy and finance and data products. When you actually put a thread between them, you start to see the alignment. Because that's what the Smart Nations is requiring. When you see a space, a town, or a nation, there is a multitude of problems, and those problems are layers. So we have to innovate in each of those layers. And as Catalina said, next year we have invested already in health technology, which is going to then start impacting the person, education, and then I believe voting technology as well, and air mobility. So it's really looking at the strands, look at each of those strands, and say, how can we create step change as a key investment partner? Because we don't just act as an investment company, we co-found a lot of these companies. We have an incredible team that's done global technology. You've got Catalina leading as CEO, as one of the youngest dynamic people in STEM in the world. We've then got a back-end team that do everything from gaming engines to programming to software. And then curating that vision together, we're able to really impact, and also a really important thing to know about Elixir is we're not beholden to the startup world. Because we are Elixir, because we can invest ourselves, we aren't beholden to the economic requirements that the startup is, the pressures. So it means that we can act freely, we can do things, make impact, and really address these issues without feeling like we've got to chase the money, so we can really, address the problems.
That's an interesting point, because, for this kind of transformational changes, time is required, and everything has its own time. The other interesting aspect of what you're mentioning is this holistic view that interconnects, because when we talk about smart cities, or when we think about smart cities and so on, we often think infrastructure, but you're putting the human element at the core, as well as has to be cities that work for humans, but also for the planet, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Digital twins, you mentioned. Can you elaborate a little bit of that? Maybe even tell us a little bit, in case there's somebody out there that doesn't know what a digital twin is. Can you define that a little bit, and then tell us how you build those digital twins? What kind of technology you're using, and give us a few examples, perhaps.
Yeah, of course. I'll answer the first part there for you. So a digital twin essentially is a copy of something that exists in the real world applied digitally with data integrations. So it's actually something that exists. It's not just a copy. You've actually got the data there to actually simulate what things could look like and could be like in the real world. What that does is it reduces the risk. So rather than performing, for example, in education, if you wanted to train somebody in construction, obviously it would probably be theoretically led first. You couldn't really get somebody into a construction site immediately for the health and safety risks, so they're not trained. Whereas what you could do is create an immersified environment where they can train in a real project with things like VR headsets or haptic gloves, so you can feel like you're in this environment, and you can actually learn how to build construction in projects that exist in the real world, but actually you're doing it in a much more comfortable environment where you don't have those risks. But then there are other benefits as well, so it's environmental factors. You don't have to travel onto sites, or, well, in this particular example, there's obviously other applications, but there's also the fact that there's access as well. So there's plenty of people around the world who don't have access to go and travel to these places for work or for education. So what you do is you also bring it into a digital environment where people can have access to these tools. But then you can also apply it to things like medtech. I mean, think of doing all of these different procedures on humans. I mean, there's a big risk there. So if we can create a digital copy or a digital twin with all the data elements, then we can simulate and perform procedures on the copy of something that's in the real world, rather than exposing ourselves to risk on potential injury or death, might I say, on this human being. So that's the real use case for things like digital twins, and I think Joseph will be really well placed to talk about how we can build a digital twin.
Yeah, so like that's so eloquently put. That is what it is. It's simulation, right? I speak with the Department of Energy, Security Net Zero at the British government, and with the Live Data Trust, which is the first government-funded data trust, because we work in 2D but live in 3D. But currently our world is in 4D. I know it sounds a bit mad, but what you do is you plan a city and everyone gets around paper, and then you have to send emails in text format to adjust what a city might look like. So you're basically building, the way I describe it is you're painting pieces of a picture and hoping it sticks together. We live in 3D, we're kinesthetic learners. Contrary to the belief that we can learn from academia is a process, whether it's hunting all the way up to skills on the job. It's three-dimensional. We learn in 3 dimensions. We measure buildings and we measure cars and electric in 2D formats as numbers. But it's a current, it's a volume. So the 4th dimension is linking the 2D with the 3D, if that makes sense. What you're doing is you're kind of saying, well, we as humans contextualize an understanding of, because we can't see electric, of what electric is. So we contextualize that with a number. That number is data, and that data goes somewhere and is somewhere. When you add that 3D object to that 2-dimensional data, you get a 4th dimension. What you have now is an opportunity. We just saw there's a town in Manchester you may know, so we'll say Manchester, just on the outskirts of Manchester, a place called Bolton. Okay. Bolton had a legacy from Industrial Revolution back in the 1700s, and it has beautiful architecture. But over the last 60 years, it's run down. I mean, really run down. And they had a plan. But what their plan was, again, was paper-based. So what we did is we took the whole city, we made a digital copy, which is like Google Earth. The best way to describe this technology I'm about to talk about, if Grand Theft Auto, the video game, met Sim City. Let's humanize it, right? And what we were able to do is work with everyone around one table. The head of climate, the head of energy, the head of finance, the head of place, head of regeneration. And we were able to, in real time, articulate and build using data. So using the energy data of the town, using the mobility and transport data of the town, using the green space data of the town. And then what we did is we took that environment and then we took into consideration what their needs were. So we said, what does the town want to achieve? What have your residents, what have your humans that live in your town told you? By taking that human element of what people did, by taking that 3 dimensions and adding the 2 dimensions 4D and having collaboration, as Kathleen rightly put, within less than 4 weeks, we were able to unlock $500 million in gross domestic product for the town. That's $500 million that's now over the next 25 years going to situate in that town. Mm-hmm. So what it allows you to do is collaborate, and as Kathleen said, simulate. And that can be applied to any environment. But the key, really, is the data. And we'll get on to, I think, the quality and the security of that data and how you share that. But starting with that digital twin, you've got the copy, we can put data into it, and then you have to move on to how do we better share and better understand what the 2-dimensional data goes into to make that 4th dimension exist. Okay,
so that 4th dimension, we can think of it as the context to the data.
That's exactly.
The very important context to the data that basically encompasses a lot more than what the 2 dimensions will give you, which is often the focus for architects and so on. Exactly. By bringing all these people together, you can generate this. Data accuracy you mentioned, and the live trust, the live data trust.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's really interesting. I'll take the front on the live data trust, Kate. I worked with a building research establishment for some years. And again, the data was wrong. Yeah. So you've got Excel spreadsheets, right? And everyone's got this legacy data. You have to remember as well, Windows really only became commercially available to Gen Pop in the late 90s. So it's only 20 years, right? And there's 100 years of building data, right? Yeah. And now we're in this AI age where data is now in different formats. You've got JavaScript, C++, you've got all these different code languages, right? We noticed heavily, and global head of BREEAM, which is the biggest sustainable building certification in the world, is president of the Live Data Trust. He's a co-founder. Because what we realized was we were going to organizations and people and towns. So we were doing, me and Catalina were working on the LiDAR tech company, Retrofit, the energy and data company. We're working on the Smart Nations Toolkit. But when we're collaborating with partners, SDG 17, we realized that certain parties wouldn't share data with certain parties. So we really understood that there was, to create a smart nation, you need to have the public information, like public data and public sector, and the private organizations. They need to collaborate.
Yeah.
And what we realized is that the reason there wasn't collaboration happening is because everyone's holding onto their IP, but ultimately there was no formatting or structuring of said data. There was no way of a company that's in construction plugging their data in with the council in real time. And so we got together, myself, Catalina, Tom Fenton, and Shamir Gumra got together and said, well, what if we funded with the UK government a non-profit organization that focused on that? Because when we're trying to build what we're trying to build, the Smart Nation stuff and the toolkit, it depends on collaboration. You can't create a digital twin. Do you see what I'm saying? So the Live Data Trust has been quite an important, we call it a non-market. You've got primary, you've got market drivers, you've got market and non-market. It's that secondary kind of non-market bit where it's like when Uber lobbied to have their taxis in London against black taxis because it was gig economy or Deliveroo. It's that kind of bit that you have to do as an organization and a business. But it's probably, I'd say, one of the underpinning pieces of our group now.
Yeah, it has to be because of the accuracy. I mean, a lot of data right now, especially in the built environment, is inaccurate. So we need to now create accurate data. And that's what we're doing with the Live Data Trust. And there are things, I mean, you're all familiar with like ChatGPT, for example, a large language model. And I think now they've actually added a little line underneath the entry bar where it says ChatGPT can be wrong. And that's because of the inaccurate data sources that have been imported into the large language model. And so what we have to be doing going forward is making sure that when we start creating any model in the future, we're looking at where those data sources come from and making sure that they're accurate and we can create accurate results with the accurate data.
Yeah.
Interesting. And so you're talking a lot about data, which is central to building reliable models, models that can predict, right, using AI and so on. There's another revolution happening. I know that you guys have your hands on it as well, which is quantum computing. How do you think that is going to impact everything, and particularly, smart cities?
I'll take the data, you could take the rare earth bit.
Ooh, yeah.
So there's two pieces to quantum that we need to understand first before we understand what quantum is.
Yeah.
But to normalize it and to make it very simple, it's very complex and expensive materials, extremely expensive and complex. And Catalina will touch on some of those in a minute. And it's about data processing. Ultimately, the reason that we're trying to make this quantum step to computing is for one reason, the volumes of data and compute. Our brains can compute at a certain amount, but what we also have is creativity and agility. That's why AI won't replace us in that format. We have a very unique subconscious aesthetic to our nature, which adds a layer of data. So if you think about us as data, one data is the information you get in, the other data is the information and the growing up and the nurture that you've had as a human. When you come to normal computing is just computing power. It's what ChatGPT is driven by. It's a bunch of computing graphic cards stacked using volumes of energy, computing as many processes as fast as it can so it can gain more than human intelligence. It's basically saying, well, I can search swaths of volumes of data in very quick time. Quantum computing is essentially taking that next step and being able to not only compute existing, but start to understand relationship and testing. So if you had a digital twin and you were simulating a city, to simulate that city over, say, 1 billion examples and scenarios based on the data, is heavy compute. I mean, it would cost fortunes to do it, and it would take so long to do. Quantum allows you to take that step where you could click your fingers and you simulated 1 billion scenarios and got rationalized results. But then coming on to, I'll hand over to Kathleen now, that there's some quantum computing as a built asset is extremely hard Do you want to jump onto some of the rare earth stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one of the companies that we're investing into in 2026, I think, is looking at the manufacturing of rare earth elements. So where we're talking about quantum computing and the end result for these materials, we've actually got to take it right back through to where the origin of these products start. So how do we build these things? So there are 17 rare earth elements, things like scandium, yttrium, neodymium, and things like that, where we can actually, with their luminescent properties or their magnetic properties, sorry, long day, with their luminescent properties, we can build things like CPUs, GPUs, and then from there build technologies. So your computer screens, your phones, there's luminescent elements where we can build phones from these elements. So everything around us, technology, starts from these rare earth elements. So we've got to take it right back to that and say, well, how are we going about building at scale? Right now, I think China controls about 80% of the market when it comes to the mining of these rare earth elements. So now it's thinking, how do we even begin to try and build these if China owns the production value? So that's where we are really trying to unlock with the Middle Eastern market right now, looking at how we can potentially manufacture in some of these countries, how we can export, because obviously right now they're all owned particularly by China. So Joseph, you had a really fantastic idea around building communities around these, because obviously when you mine, you usually leave a lot of destruction behind, but then the angle which we're talking about, and everything's all about human benefit, because at the end of the day, technology has to be about human benefit, is then how do we create communities around what is left from the mining and manufacturing of these?
And I think the reason it's so important to bring this up is that quantum computing can't be owned by the few. As it stands today, the access to the rare earth markets are controlled via the likes of the major manufacturers of electronics, so AWS, Amazon, Google, Apple they were buying supply chains in the 90s and people weren't thinking about it, and everyone's shouting about lithium. It's not. It's about these rare earth minerals. These materials need to be commercially available to humans and startups. Quantum computing, whilst you can design a quantum computer to actually then go and build it, it's all about these resource materials. So when you ask a question about what's next for quantum computing and AI, well, it's going to be controlled by the few. So a big focus that we're doing at the moment, as Catalina just said, and the reason for bringing this up is that in the Middle East, we're working on a program of rare earth mining, turn them into smart communities that foster innovation. Because like the diamond mines and copper mines of age and oil industry, the new economy is a clean tech economy. Quantum computing will 100% be run by renewable power. We're all invested. In 10 years, the discussion won't be around climate change and energy anymore. It'll be climate and materials. Who's taking the next step in quantum? Who's taking the next step in AI? That's going to come back to who has the materials and the innovation. And so that's such an important topic to focus on. When you think about this next step in technology, we must also think about the supply chain, because we play such an easy role right now as organizations investing in startups, where we just accept that, like Google and Amazon, we just host it on their cloud, and Microsoft. But that's really not a decentralized community. Actually, if you think about it, like 90% of the world's data outside of China and controlled countries like Russia is owned by like 5 companies. And NVIDIA just owned everyone else's. NVIDIA just became the #1 most valuable company in the world. What do? GPU. So the company that overtook Apple this week, they compute GPU. GPU is quantum. And why? They've got the supply chains. People don't think about the supply chain access. It's very important when you think
about the technology, but not what's behind, right? The whole
building the technology.
The industrialization of the technology. You mentioned also something really important. I mean, you bring in the human element also back to the center, which is important because a lot of people may feel that, what happens with the mortals, what happens with the smaller companies that don't have the firepower to acquire or have access to these kind of technologies. Who's going to drive the democratization of this? Is it the policymakers? Is it the revolutionizing startups? Or both?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of concern around data and who owns the data. I mean, right now, if you think about the amount of data we give away, it's probably quite a lot without even really caring or considering that. But there are ways for us, I mean, again, relating it back to something that we're doing, the Live Data Trust, for example, there are ways where you can own your own data as well. So that's something that we can try and look at and explore and talk about probably in a minute with Joseph. I know you're nodding your head, getting all excited now. But yeah, so there are ways where we can now create trusts and own our own data sets.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 15 seconds, so let's close it off on the fact that humans are the most important point. AI is a tool.
Yeah.
The new jobs of mining and the new jobs of construction won't be done primarily by robots. Mining is almost impossible to do with just robots.
Yeah.
So when you think about the things that come to build the compute, that's where we should focus our energy, on being the human element to build the compute, and then securing our data. And that I can't explain enough. The interplanetary filing system, something new that's come, worked with NASA and MIT, Layer of Data Trust will be using it. It fractionalizes your data. So basically, the second you send data somewhere, it sends it in a kaleidoscope over 5 different places. Yeah. So you can feel secure, because your data, believe it or not, is the reason that Apple, Facebook, Meta, and Google are worth billions and trillions. Yeah. That's the reason, your data.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Une. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Catalina, for this great quantum talk. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you, Une. Great. So, everybody, my name is Gijs van Wulfen. I'm an innovation author and speaker, and everybody says, Gijs, why do you wear this suit? Right? Well, for me, especially when you are in tech, innovation is like a maze, right? You try to discover it, and then, boom. Oh, you have to go all the way back, and then you try to get funding, and then, boom, they said no. So you have to eat your way through the maze like a Pac-Man. That's why today, especially for you, I am wearing my Pac-Man suit, right? So let's get ready for the next one. And let's get ready for Wheels of Change. Yes, navigating the road to sustainability. First, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Ben Merrill, co-founder and CEO at Brega. Ben, join us. Welcome. Then we have 3 wonderful guests. Antonio Migliori, CEO and co-founder of MOBA. Welcome, Antonio. We have Victor Sanchi, CEO and co-founder at V2C. Yes, and Ernesto Matteo, director of Voltio. Welcome. Rock and roll.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As usual, I've been a long-time speaker at South Summit, a big supporter of the event. So I know we could all do this in Spanish, but we decided to, keep it international. For the one of you who can't actually speak or understand, it's a pleasure to talk about that particular topic today. And to have that great panel of people who are going to tell you more about what needs to be, changing in our future. I've been a long time driver of electric vehicles, first motorbikes, now cars. We know that, there's no topic anymore about climate change and why, we should be careful about CO2 emissions, because it's actually impacting the world we live in today and the future for our kids. The big thing is, when you look at the major industries that actually produce CO2, transportation is one of the major ones. 25% of CO2 emissions a year come from transportation, and we know that a big chunk of this is day-to-day on the ground. So this day-to-day on the ground driving, cars, motorbikes, trucks, needs a change. And we all have noticed that, EV is probably one of the major directions. Antonio, can you tell us a little more of how you see that market going, and to you, what are the sort of major trends and therefore opportunities?
For sure. Thanks, Ben. A little introduction about who I am and what are we doing. I'm founder and CEO of MOBA, which is a technology company that delivers and also licenses the technology. And we are much more focused on the algorithm way of solving the issue, which is we need to deliver adding the less amount of vehicles to the streets. We need to do that because we can help by using electric vehicles, bicycles, motorbikes, but at the end of the day, we need to do this with less vehicles. Maybe I will explain something about this afterwards. On your direct question, electric vehicles is the tendency, but it's very hard to implement. Maybe we can discuss some challenges afterwards also.
Okay, thank you very much. Victor, You are on the other end, right? You tell us more about what you do at V2C, but you are on the infrastructure end. What do you see, as opportunities, and what is your world in the EV transformation?
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for the invitation. I am Víctor Sánchez. I am the co-founder and CEO of V2C. We are a Spanish company that we manufacture and we do amazing charging points. We stay in Valencia, in Chirivella, and we manufacture charging points for home, for street, for outside, for companies. And okay, I think the future mobility will be electric mobility. But this is not a simple change. Sometimes we think that to change the petrol cars to electric cars is not easy. But I think we are in the good way. And electric charging points are very important in this area, because one of the worst area of the electric vehicles is that you need to charge it, and you need time. You need time to charge the car, and this is not easy for the people. And electric car is fantastic, but it has some pains that we need to solve and we need to improve.
Okay, interesting. We'll get back to that in a minute. Ernesto, tell us more about what you do. You being more in the sort of distributed layer of vehicles.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, I'm Ernesto Mateo. I'm the head of Voltio. Voltio is the car sharing of Mutua Madrileña. Mutua Madrileña is the leading non-life insurance in Spain. And when we think what needs to change, in the world there are 1.5 billion cars. And our cities, our infrastructure was not prepared to cope with such a number of vehicles and traffic. Moreover, these cars are most of the time unused. If we take someone of outer space looking at us, looking, for example, at the Madrid area, at any moment, he will see about 200,000 vehicles moving and 3.8 million vehicles standing around, taking a very valuable public space. And this situation is not intelligent, it's not sustainable. So we think we need less vehicles, we need smaller vehicles, we need zero-emission vehicles, because that provokes many other problems, environmental problems that we will discuss. And we need shared vehicles. So that's the point why a car sharing was thought, and that's why Mutua Madrileña decided to launch it.
Okay, interesting. So what I suggest we do, guys, we start from the infrastructure layer with you, Victor, and then we'll get into the resources and how they should be shared and optimized for, basically. And then we ended up with the last layer, which is software, running the entire system for this to work. So Victor, back to your point, you talked about, more charging stations, quicker. What does that mean? What is the future like,
Yes, when we speak about electric mobility and electric cars, the first people that buy an electric car is because they have a home and they have a charging in his home. And this is incredible. To have a parking station in your home, it can be a home or it can be a flat, but you have a charging station. And this is incredible because you need to waste time in the petrol station. You have all the days the car chargers, and this is interesting. But if all the people wants to have an electric car, all the people don't have a parking in his home. And there are companies, there are a lot of things, and we need to have a charging station not only in our home. If the people has a home, it's perfect, but we need to have charging station in our worker area. We need to have fast charging station, because yes, people want to charge the car as fast as they charge in the petrol station. And the technology is done. We only need time, and we need the people be trusting electric vehicles, because in the future, you can charge a car in 20 minutes or 15 minutes. and you can do a lot of kilometers. And this is the future, and the future is now. But people must to trust in the electric vehicle, because if people don't buy electric vehicles here in Spain, we can develop. So people invest in fast charging stations if people use it. If not, nobody invests in charging stations. Fast charging stations.
Very clear.
If you let me, I would like to jump in and think a couple of things there on the charging stations. It's exactly like what he's explained. When you have a charging station at your own home, that's a very good thing to do. You just arrive home and plug the car and go to do your home things. But for instance, in the USA, they have done a survey, and they found that like 30% of the white local native people, 33 actually, prefer electric cars instead of petrol ones, while the Asian American or Latinos are more than 50% on that. So they want to purchase a car, but they don't know, they don't have a place to charge it, because they live in communities in which it's much more difficult they don't have the money to purchase a charging station, they don't own their own houses. So what is that? There are a bunch of people trying to enter the market, but they don't have the charging stations to do so, because they don't own not even own the houses. So there is a thing to solve there. At the same time, these communities, areas are much more polluted than the other ones. So there is an imbalance that only can be solved through government intervention or investment. Governments have to invest, because what they invest in charging stations, they save on health, because governments or state covers health support or health services. So either they invest there or they invest in the charging stations. But this is a need for electric vehicles, no?
That's an interesting point, and I'd love you guys to react on this, because it's very rare on a panel that you hear a CEO of a startup asking for more government intervention, right? Rather than less government intervention. So it is part of the solution somehow. But I'd love to see how you guys work with government, if you do, and how do you see the future on this end? Because yes, there's definitely a political and social element to it.
Just one thing, I said investment, no intervention. Investment.
Okay, investment. Just the money. We just take the money.
I don't want to speak about government.
In our case, if we think what need the car sharing to develop, to be more popular, to scale, let's think why Madrid is a reference city in car sharing use. In Europe, the largest car sharing city is Berlin. Berlin has about 10,000 car sharing vehicles. Madrid has 3,000 with a similar population. But we don't find in Spain and in many other countries other city like Madrid. That means in Spain there is no free floating car sharing in any other city. And that's why Madrid make really create the ecosystem that allows this car sharing free floating work. Only by leaving the car sharing cars have free parking off-street solutions.
So that's facilitated by government, basically.
Exactly. I often been asked why we do not develop the car sharing service in other cities in Spain, for example. And that's why there is a regulation that make us impossible to operate. So from the government, what we need is really to create this ecosystem that allows companies to create new services that allows people to have better mobility solutions.
Okay, so more funding, you said, Antonio, more like, facilitating, initiatives. Is there anything you guys see that government could help with?
What I tried to say is that we are the entrepreneurs, we create new things, but we live in a world in which the state is there. So many times you need them to follow us. They will not lead this kind of incentive things, but they need to lead the path that has to be taken. If you let me, I would like to spend a couple of minutes. What I mean is, saying how do we solve this without adding vehicles. Our company, I told you before, is a technology company. We deliver in Latin America. We are delivering from Mexico to Argentina in 7 countries. But we do that without adding new vehicles. What we do is we have algorithms that solve the e-commerce problem. The e-commerce, I say problem, which is this. As we speak, in these few minutes that we met, people are purchasing online. Each and every purchase, and now again, and now again, and each and every purchase is a problem to be solved. It's a package that has to be taken from point A to point B. How do you do that? You traditionally, you have the seller, you have the wholesaler, the retailer, and the whole logistics way. But many times, maybe we live like a block from each other, we don't know each other, and we are purchasing at the same time. So what we offer are, we have a managed marketplace. We have, as I told you, algorithms that, on the one hand, has the businesses, and they are the idle drivers, and we connect them through technology. So, like, depending on the area and on the size of the amount of packages, like each 30 minutes or hour, 2 hours, depending on that, we create bunches of delivers, of packages to be delivered, and we offer them to the drivers that are in the same area. Just to finish, if a van starts a day with 100 packages, like by noon, it has like 50 of that, and then it goes to emptiness. All that idleness can be tackled. We are using all the empty spaces in real time, and movers, the people using the technology, update their app, and they see how new packages are on the road. So as they deliver from point A to point B, there is another point close to that, and they are picking and delivering in real time. Without that kind of logic, you don't need additional cars, because you are using all the empty spaces. If you think about that, most of the car is always empty. It's ourselves in the car, all the rest of the space is empty. All the logistics companies start full and then get empty. There's a bunch of empty spaces out there. So the more robust is the network, the less are the carbon emissions. That's the way we tackle that.
But that's very interesting, because there's sort of the software, optimization of this, and there's kind of a hardware, and then we'll get back to the infrastructure. Back to the hardware on your end, Ernesto. So you said 4 million cars in Madrid, only 5% of them are driving at one given time. What's your view? Right? How many cars, if the free-floating, if tomorrow everyone adopts free-floating, how many cars should there be free-floating in Madrid, for instance?
Yeah, when we think, why do we have such a mobility system? We love, of course, privacy. We love ownership. We love to have our own car. In my generation, it was a sign of becoming adult to have your first car. I think, I'm sure things are changing now. For the new generations, what they ask is, they ask to the cities where they will live. They ask for a cleaning way to commute, to move. They ask for better quality, better life quality. So this, I think this is a change that will be happening. And as I said before, we need less cars, and we need more sustainable cars, and we need more shared cars. Technology is the key to help us on this. I will only few figures of Voltio. In 1.5 years, we have get 120,000 customers. We have made over 800,000 trips that are about 6.2 million kilometers, and that we have lower carbon dioxide emissions in 1,100 tons. That means this is only happening when you mix the technology, the hardware of the car, all the data we get from the car, with all the data we have from the customers, and we try to offer them the car where they need to have the car. So it's very interesting what you are saying, because at the end it's always some technology working for that. on the hardware side to operate the car, but also with all the data to make this offer affordable or disposable for the customer.
Okay. And so, Victor, to your point, like, you know, if we reduce the number of cars, which we all believe in, you know, that's the point, ultimately, less consumption, less production, you know, less waste at the end when you drop the cars, you know. Does it mean less charging stations, and what's the impact for you as a business?
Yeah, this is a good question. Okay, I think the mobility are challenges. People, as I say, my partner Ernesto, people of my age and his age wants to have a car and wants to have a motorbike and wants to have but people now wants to mobility to move, no? And now wants the car as a services, no? No, he don't want the. And this is that if we go to electric mobility, we need charging points. The cars of Voltia need to be charged. Okay, and I think this is a new business that is going to improve. I'm sure this is not an IC business. This is not an IC business, but I think that this will be together. Okay, charging stations, car sharing, electric mobility. I don't think this will be a problem. Okay.
Okay, interesting.
I would like to add one more thing regarding exactly what you were saying about less vehicles, and you're saying we were invested by Toyota, Japan, the biggest seller car in the world for 3 years in a row. And I have to ask them, I said, thanks, but why are you investing in a logistics company in Latin America? And they say, we know that in the future we will be selling less and less cars year after year. So that's a good thing, because the huge, big car company knows that they will be selling less, which is the logic below their investment, that we, through technology like bottoms up, connect with all that vehicles. So they think that we are a very good alternative for them to reach that fleets, but they know that they will be selling less.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
And less vehicles does not say less trips or less kilometers. I mean, it's more efficient, it's more clever. 95% of the fleet standing up, occupying public spaces. It's not clever.
That's not a good thing. I agree. Look, it was a very interesting chat. Maybe before I sum it up, is there anything else you guys want to add on, you know, where the future lies in terms of mobility that we haven't touched about today?
Anyone of?
Okay, as I said in the beginning, I think the electric mobility will be the future. It's a clean mobility, it's cheaper, it's more efficiency. But we need that Madrid is a very good city, because it's the 50% of sales electric cars and electric vehicles from all Spain. But we need more, okay? We need more investment for the people, more trusting, more developing for manufacturer of electric charging station, electric vehicles, buses, electric, okay, and things like that. And I think all be together to have a clean planet, no? A better planet, a cleaner planet.
Mm-hmm. I would like to add that the changing, we are changing. The population in the world will live more and more in urban spaces, in cities. Yeah. So when we think about an electric car and we say it does have the autonomy, we have to see that the mobility will be it will be a urban mobility. Not very long trips. So I think this is a perspective that maybe, because when I want to get an electric vehicle, I said, okay, but I cannot make 1,000 kilometers with it. But normally you don't need that. So that's a point that also...
Okay. Antonio, last thing?
As a last thing, when I started thinking about this company that now grew a lot, and now we're launching here, I was stuck in my car. This was the very, very beginning of that. I was going to a meeting in Buenos Aires, and we were stuck. All of us were stuck in the car. So I started thinking, if the cars that doesn't separate one from the other, we will be very short to the distance, because all the rest was cars, empty ones. So I started thinking, what about all this idleness? How to take leverage on that? So as a reflection, all the empty things that we have, all the idleness, all the waste is what we have to focus. Right? In this industry in which we are, smart cities, mobility, or in any other we are wasting too much more than we need to do. That will be my final reflection.
Perfect. Well, guys, thank you so much for your time. Before we give a big round of applause, I would like to thank you, because it was great to spend that moment with you and get your insights on a topic which is really defining the future. Maybe a couple of points I want to make. So you guys understood clearly that optimization is the key, right? Optimization of, fleet, optimization of point of charge, optimization of, load as well. How do you make transportation as a whole way more optimized? As we know, we've all heard of AI and machine learning and all these big words. Optimization is data and is tech, right? So I think we are an amazing group of people who can solve the problem with the backup of government, as we said today. So I suppose that a lot of Europeans are going to vote very soon. Let's push it for more things.
Oh, Ben! Thank you, Ernesto, Victor, Antonio. Give them a big applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Being an innovator, being a disruptive innovator, asks one thing. What is the most important quality of an innovator? The most important quality of an innovator is like a hunter. Who of you is a hunter? Nobody. I will explain it to you. You know what the biggest quality of a hunter is? Except shooting. Patience. Now, the biggest quality of an innovator is patience. You have to pick your right moment, especially in disruptive markets, right? If you are too early, nobody listens to you. And you can only do your pitch once. You can't come back 3 months later and say, here I am again. So pick the right moment, which is an important lesson for innovators. Now let's go to the next one. I like to have on stage for transforming mobility for sustainable smart cities, Anna Duran, please. Anna, give her an applause. CEO and co-founder at InnoBooster. Then, please, I like to have on stage Alberto Heredor, Head of Digital Factory at Mutina Madrilena. Mike Hyde, Mike, where are you? Chief Data Officer at Trainline, an app that I use. Luis Miguel Torres, Director General of Transporte de Comunidad de Madrid. And Pablo Fernandez, please give them a hand. And Anna, rock and roll.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and welcome to this wonderful panel that we have here. I'm so glad to be here again in South Summit 2024 Madrid. Yes, and today we will talk about smart urban mobility. We will talk about the future and the present of smart mobility. And we'll talk about the different pillars that make this possible. How can we make mobility smart? Mobility smart is built up because we have 3 big pillars. The first one, the citizen, right? The second one, the government. And probably the third one, which is very, very important, the private entities that really contribute to make it possible. So these 3 pillars make the ecosystem and make it, it really enables mobility to be smart and urban mobility to be smart. What is smart mobility? I would say that probably it's accessible, it's efficient, and sustainable. For me, those are the 3 main things that really make mobility smart mobility. So let's talk about that. Let's introduce those 4 great speakers that we have here. I will say that they're Albert from Mutua Madrileña, Mike from Trainline, Luis Miguel from the Community of Madrid, Transport Direction, and Pablo Fernandez from OpenVia. Thank you very much for being here. It's a great, great pleasure for me to be here sharing the stage with you. And maybe you can introduce yourselves and talk about your role and the role of your entity in smart mobility for just a couple minutes.
Perfect. Should I start?
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, I come from Mutua Madrileña. Mutua Madrileña is one of the largest insurers here in Spain with a strong focus on auto insurance. It's one of the main business lines, although we have also other businesses. Mutua Madrileña as a group also has asset management, real estate, and has also relevant partnerships at international and national level, even beyond insurance. No? For example, the latest partnership with, on the retail industry with El Corte Inglés shows this, this ambition of Mutua to try to diversify progressively towards other businesses. No? In this idea of diversifying, one of the main angles is mobility. And the way Mutua Madrileña is targeting mobility is with two different strategies. One of them is building vertical businesses, such as, for example, car rental or car sharing, such as Ernesto just explained in the previous talk. And the other angle is mobility platforms. Okay? And within the mobility platforms, we currently have three. We have El Parking, we have Imbric, and Mutua Más, which is the new super app that we have launched very recently in April. And within Mutua Madrileña, I am responsible for the digital platforms. Basically, I joined Mutua Madrileña very recently, around a year ago. We set up this new area, which already we have around 80 people, where we do the product and we do the development. And I am responsible for leading that area and that team.
Great, very interesting. Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi, thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. Lovely to be here. Mike Hyde. I am the Chief Data Officer for Trainline. So I use all of the, I basically look after all of the data engineering, data science, machine learning parts of Trainline. Little bit about me. Before that, I was at Facebook or Meta for 5 years, running all of the data science teams in London. And before that, I did like 5 years at Microsoft and Skype, building, understanding how the world talks to each other. So now I'm at Trainline, and we're trying to understand how the world travels, especially by rail. So maybe a little bit about Trainline. I don't know, does everyone, who has Trainline on their, who uses Trainline on their phone? Oh my God, okay, I don't need to explain this then. So that's awesome. So yeah, we're basically the #1 rail app. In fact, I think we're the #1 most downloaded travel app in Europe in the last year. We operate all across Europe, and we aggregate pretty much every different provider of rail and also many coach and bus services as well across every country. So we integrate something like 280 different suppliers at the back end, and we take in all the carrier data, their timetables, their prices, their real-time data. And we create like a very simple, beautiful experience at the front end. And to do that, we're seeing sort of massive growth at the moment across Europe as more and more people are choosing to travel by train and mixing that with other forms of public transport. So we're very excited to be here in Spain. Spain is a big, important market for us. In fact, we have an office here as well. Even though I am from the London office normally, we actually have an office in Barcelona where we're hiring engineers and data scientists working there. It's a great talent pool for us. And we're really excited by what's happening with rail in Spain. Like, Spain is really the kind of the trailblazer at the moment. It's the country where we're seeing the most impact from the liberalization of rail, which is happening across Europe. So more train operators are starting to offer services on the high-speed lines. New high-speed lines are coming online each year, but also more carriers are starting to operate. And that's creating a perfect situation of consumer choice. So there's lots more choice about how you travel, there's more capacity, and also prices are coming down. And that's meaning that people are starting to switch onto train and doing a little bit less flying and a bit less driving, which has a fantastic sustainability impact, because as I'm sure you know, trains are the lowest form of carbon for long-distance transport. So we're excited because we're excited to try and help bring that kind of market effect to rail, and with that achieve growth, which is, I think, good for the rail industry and also good for the climate change commitments that we have across Europe. And we're excited because we think what's happening in Spain right now serves as a model for what can happen elsewhere in Europe in the coming years. So super excited, and yeah, love to talk more about that.
Good. Luis Miguel, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I need to improve my English, so I speak Spanish, and I'm going to promise you the next year I will speak English, sure. Pues mi actividad dentro de la Comunidad de Madrid seguramente es menos atractiva que la que nos plantean, al menos a priori, pero sí que la Dirección General de de Movilidad y Transporte se encuadra dentro de la Consejería de Infraestructuras, Vivienda y Transportes. ¿Cuál es nuestra función principal? Básicamente la que tenemos que hacer. Somos los reguladores, los que debemos de generar las condiciones normativas de seguridad jurídica para que la movilidad funcione como pensamos, la movilidad del transporte en su más amplio sentido. Yo creo que el sector de la movilidad está en un momento de un reto de cambio drástico, fundamental, incorporando todos los criterios de Smart Mobility, lo cual supone todavía un reto mayor cuando hablamos desde la Administración. ¿Qué queremos hacer y cómo lo estamos haciendo? Queremos hacer nuestra primera ley de movilidad y lo estamos haciendo sobre todo en continua conversación con el sector privado. Es importantísimo afianzar esas alianzas estratégicas público-privadas que nos permitan a la Comunidad de Madrid incorporar bueno, pues todo el know-how de las empresas, de empresas como las que hoy nos acompañan y más cuando además cada vez hay más participación en los distintos sectores. Nos encargamos de la regulación, nos encargamos de la inspección, nos encargamos de los distintos aspectos que tienen que ver con ese día a día, pero sobre todo sí que estamos avanzando y creo que de manera acertada en que todo esto lo podamos hacer de mano de la empresa. Yo creo que es uno de los éxitos, a la mano del sector, es uno de los éxitos que hemos incorporado a la gestión y que forma parte del ADN del Gobierno de la Comunidad de Madrid y que seguramente sea así mucho más sencillo obtener los resultados esperados de cara a los próximos años.
Okay, Pablo, tell us about OpenVIA.
The last one. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here with all the panelists. My name is Pablo Fernandez. I am Innovation and Product Manager at OpenVIA Mobility. OpenVIA Mobility is kind of the technological and innovation platform of Global Via Group. Global Via is an international transportation and mobility operator. For example, here in Spain, we have roads. We have Metro de Sevilla, for example. So we are, let's say, accustomed to work with both roads and mass transit. And from OpenVIA, we try to foster all these innovative solutions, innovative initiative that involves all the means of transport that I have mentioned. But also we build digital product in our case because it's kind of our heritage for road operators, but also involving mobility as a service application and platforms and other kind of initiatives that involves intelligent roads, intelligent urban street scenarios. So this is a little bit what we do.
Great. Thank you very much. How would you, Pablo, how would you describe smart mobility?
I will say that we think that it should be kind of seamless cooperation between means of transport that react and interact the user or the citizen or the passenger in real time. And it should be as much as sustainable as possible, but not only in environmental meaning, but also in societal, also in economical. You mentioned like 3 pillars. I will add up, also affordable for everyone.
Affordable.
And I think that is kind of the high-level idea of
Absolutely.
smart mobility.
Affordable, accessible as well to everyone. Sounds very good. Thank you. Albert?
No, I agree with what Pablo just said. For me, it's true that smart mobility is a very broad concept, and depending on the area or the company that you work, it might have different meanings. To me, it's the perfect balance between being socially responsible and having a really outstanding customer experience. We can talk a lot about being accessible, and it's fine, being environmentally friendly, green energies, and obviously this is the first part of it, but we have to make sure that for the customer is really a good experience. And here's where it comes regulation, here's where it comes collaboration between platforms, operators, governments, corporates that we work on this area. Obviously reasonable pricing is key, but if we are not able to provide a good experience, for example, information availability, keeping the timetables, for example, on public transport. If we're not able to do all this, smart mobility will just be a green aspect of mobility.
Exactly, that's Luis Miguel's role, right? So what do you think, Luis Miguel, which are the next steps of mobility, like from 224 today until 229 or 30?
Pues los principales pasos que tenemos inmediatamente son, como os decía en la primera intervención, elaborar la primera ley de movilidad de la Comunidad de Madrid, una ley que obviamente tiene que prestar mucha atención a la regulación estatal, que está también en estos momentos en plena redacción, y eso irá acompañado además de un plan estratégico de movilidad urbana, en este caso regional, de toda la Comunidad de Madrid, donde lo que queremos es precisamente ir fijando el marco normativo que nos permita solventar muchos de los problemas que hoy en día se presentan. Por ejemplo, ser capaces de tender a una homogenización de la normativa marco de las zonas de bajas emisiones, que hoy en día casi un transportista tiene que ser más un especialista en derecho administrativo que un profesional en la materia, ¿no? Y en ese plan estratégico lo que queremos de alguna manera es, bueno, pues que todo lo que veamos plasmado en ese reglamento, en esa ley, digamos de alguna manera pasarlo de las musas al teatro, ¿no? Y que se pueda ejecutar de una manera sencilla. Yo creo que algunos de los compañeros lo han dicho antes, cuando hablamos de Smart Mobility es muy importante hablar de la sostenibilidad desde todos los ámbitos, no solamente desde el medioambiental, que evidentemente es muy importante y también es una de las consecuencias positivas que tendrá Smart Mobility, pero cuando hablamos desde la administración también es muy importante que esa sostenibilidad sea desde el punto de vista económico, a la vez que sabemos que debemos de hacerlo compatible con hacerla universal, inclusiva, accesible a todo el mundo. Es decir, si es que probablemente la movilidad en Madrid capital está más o menos resuelta. Quizá el problema al que nos debemos de enfrentar las administraciones públicas es pues, a las zonas menos pobladas, donde realmente cuesta más llegar ese transporte, ¿no? Entonces, esa ley, y como dije antes, de mano de los sectores, queremos que sea un proceso legislativo que en sí mismo enriquezca el texto, va a ser de la mano de los sectores implicados y con ello que consigamos pues, una regulación que venga a dar solución a lo que nos están planteando el sector y que nos lo plantea día a día ya, porque son problemas que tienen en mente, ¿no? y que están ya aquí, algunos de ellos, las obligaciones respecto a la etiqueta medioambiental que van a tener los vehículos pesados, es una obligación a partir del 1 de enero del 2025 y hoy en día hay un porcentaje altísimo que tiene el problema sin resolver. Pues en ello queremos ser parte de la solución.
Pablo, what about you? What do you think about the next steps of mobility?
Next steps, next years. I think that, and I think Albert has mentioned, and I think that Mike is going to agree with me, that data and data sharing and open, I don't know why.
Maybe. We'll see.
Is for this first stage that we are approaching, is the key. Everyone, operators, the public administration, if we don't have a perfect flow of information from one place to another, it's going to be different. It's going to be difficult to be efficient in this implementation of the mobility across the urban scenario. And I think that we have to be, because we are also operators, we have to be, let's say, generous to give data, but also respectful with the data that others are giving us. So I think that data is for sure the most challenging thing, I think, in this scenario.
Exactly, and here comes Mike,
well,
that knows a lot about that.
Well, of course, I wouldn't disagree. For me, when I think about the future of like smart mobility, there's two big domains I think we have to solve. Right, the first one is I think what you're getting at, which is how do we integrate all the different potential modalities? You know, how do we get everything to work together? We're already doing a bit of that at Trainline because, like I say, we're seeing like multiple different rail operators, and we're sort of combining that with coach and so on. So you're getting to a situation where we can combine 3 or 4 different suppliers and like sell one transaction and one ticket and make all of that come together. But that requires, as you say, a lot of data integration behind the scenes. Yeah. If you take us forwards, you know, up to 2030, then this is just going to get more complicated, right? Because we're getting into ride sharing, you know, scooters, taxis, local transit, buses, everything. So if you really start to look at the whole problem, it starts to get very complicated. So for me, there's two big problems. One is the integration at the provider level. Like, how do you make these services work well together, just at the first principle, between the operators and so on. But then there's this other layer on top, which sometimes doesn't get as much attention, which is how do you deliver like an amazingly smooth and simple user experience on top of that? Because one thing that we've seen is as soon as it's something as simple as having multiple train carriers come into the same frame, it's complicated, it's confusing. People have to check multiple apps to do the same thing. And comparing prices and so on, and stitching together journeys themselves. So I think as we go forward, we have to solve this simplification problem at the top. It's something we're super focused on, is like how do you provide a smooth, beautiful user experience? Like I say, part of that is an integration problem that we're already kind of working on. But then the future beyond that, it's quite interesting to think about things like technologies like pay-as-you-go, and the future of sort of real frictionless, travel, which goes beyond ticketing. So we actually have a lot of R&D going on at the moment, developing pay-as-you-go infrastructure systems, which try and, without the customer or the user having to buy a ticket, try and work out what combination of modes of transport did you actually use to get from A to B, and then after the fact, use a lot of machine learning to stitch together the journey and work out what was the best possible price to get for the journey. So that kind of ensures that you're always giving best value to the user, but you're trying to take away all of the crazy complexity that comes with the choice that we are building at the sort of provider layer.
Absolutely.
And I fully agree with that point. Basically, what we're trying to solve here is the need of moving from A to B. And people sometimes do not even know what they have to choose, what transport they have to use. One thing is integrating, for example, as you're doing, integrating different providers, but then we have to be able to integrate different transport means and really coming up with what's the best route for that user. Data and artificial intelligence also comes here. The challenge is, again, as many times, regulation, who is the owner of the data, how much can we transfer, how much can we make at individual level, and how much is in bulk in order to, let's say, nourish all those artificial intelligence models that are able to really decide for the user what's the best transport mean. This is one of the challenges that, for example, we are facing now at Mutuamas. We have different transport means for the user to get from one place to the other, and we need to start solving that solution, and we are already trying to test what is the best way to do it. It's very similarly happens with the car as an asset. Car as an asset is evolving towards car as a service, but people don't know exactly what they need. Exactly. If it's electric, if it's hybrid, all those models need to be able to help the user to take the best decision for getting from A to B.
100%. It's like, killing friction for the user works. Like, that's the lesson for the last 10 years in technology. Like, the companies that have done that at scale, these are the apps that we all have on our phones now, right? that end up running the world. And transportation, I think, is one of the next big challenges like that, because there's a great danger that all of the innovation happening with the services you're describing leads to more confusion, not less. Correct. And that's the second thing. So we've got to solve both, or the danger, I think, is otherwise that we'll have all these amazing services, but we won't bring people with us, like en masse. And if we really want to, what's I think the EU Green Pact says that we need to, we need to create this, that's right, every journey below 500 kilometers by 2030 has to be carbon neutral, right? So to do that, to really achieve that, you need to create a large-scale change in behavior of people. And so we've got to bring people with us in large numbers, not just the people that are really interested in transport geekery, but like everybody. And so that's that. So that, like, the massive simplicity and friction removal, I think, is a really interesting problem.
Great. Luis Miguel, Pablo, maybe you can tell us why your entity, your public entity, your private entity, why your entity should be the leader for urban mobility.
Pues en nuestro caso, creo que además es una obligación, ¿no? Como administración, el tratar de liderar este proceso de cambio. Además, un proceso de cambio donde yo creo que probablemente lo que va a ser el principal eje transformador, además de la descarbonización y de estas cuestiones, seguro que sí, pero es precisamente lo que estaban hablando, es el uso del dato es esencial para nosotros, porque las administraciones a veces lo que tenemos es la capacidad de generar y de obtener mucho dato, de tener mucha información, pero lo que necesitamos, y en eso estamos también invirtiendo de manera notable, el tener las herramientas que nos permitan precisamente hacer una gestión eficaz de todos esos datos para adaptarnos mucho más a la demanda cambiante, ¿no? Es decir, nosotros tenemos que liderar junto con el sector privado esta transformación, primero por la obligación que tenemos de garantizar, pues lo que hablábamos antes, una movilidad inclusiva, accesible universalmente, que cubra las necesidades en todo el ámbito de la Comunidad de Madrid, no solo en las grandes ciudades, y eso pues nos está obligando a lo que le está obligando al propio sector también, es decir, una continua renovación, un continuo aprender de empresas privadas, de otras comunidades, coordinarnos mejor con los ayuntamientos, coordinarnos mejor a nivel estatal, coordinarnos mejor con Europa, y yo creo que eso nos posiciona por la disposición que estamos mostrando desde la Comunidad de Madrid a ser capaces de liderar simplificando la normativa, apostando vía presupuestos por las zonas más desfavorecidas de nuestra región y sobre todo creando estas alianzas estratégicas con el sector privado. Así es que yo creo que la administración de la Comunidad de Madrid es confiable y que seremos una parte importante del cambio que se avecina.
Talking about my book, I think that OpenVIA is in the cross of several paths that can make us the kind of leaders of the evolution, in the sense that we know how to operate transport. We know all about transport. We are operators. We know the business. We are also tech developers. So all this knowledge on how to implement the idea that comes from and the idea of the need of the problem that comes from business, how can be implemented. And also I think that one of our characteristics, because the open in OpenVIA is not by chance, is that we see all challenge like ecosystems opportunity, and we try to foster this collaboration, these interactions, and trying to bring everyone to the table to, as you mentioned, give the user or give the citizen the most pleasant experience when they have to go to A to B, as Albert said before. So.
It's interesting, because each company has a different purpose on those, well, each company or organization. In our case, we are an insurance company. Insurance is at our core, and especially auto insurance. We have other businesses, but in the end, we are an insurance company. Basically, we are seeing, and everyone's seeing, how the car as an asset is evolving towards the car as a service. And that makes the standalone distribution of auto insurance more challenging every day. And basically, as an insurance company, we have to play a pivotal role on satisfying different consumer needs and consumer behaviors when it comes to auto, to moving, to mobility in general. No? That's a bit our purpose on mobility. The idea is to be closer to our clients, be closer than we've been before, and try to be closer also for the coming years when people stop buying cars at private level. For example, now, if I'm not mistaken, less than 40% of the cars are sold to individuals. When you consider 40%. Corporates, rental companies, etc., leasing or operational renting companies, all of those have 60% of the market. That makes it more complex for us to be closer to the customers. And we need to be humble, and we need to explore different angles. And that's why we're trying to push it towards 3 different platforms. We don't have a unique mobility platform. We have 3 different, with different value propositions in each of them that target different customer segments. And the idea is to learn as much as possible with a very humble approach and a flexible role, so that we can adapt to the future.
Great, great. We've been talking about smart mobility, about the technologies. I'm missing a little bit of technologies. What do you think is the technology of the future, like in one word? We just have 10 seconds for each one. Pablo, start you.
Okay, I can. Yeah. I would say AA and Gen AI for interaction with the users, and from our standpoint as road operators, also all communication between the traffic on the vehicles and everyone else.
Okay, José Luis.
Pues a ver, parece que efectivamente la inteligencia artificial viene con fuerza, pero en cualquier caso la que nos permita mejorar la conectividad entre todos los actores, en este caso de la movilidad.
Mike?
I'd say a combination of, there's a lot more to do with geospatial technology, of like understanding how people are moving through these complex systems, and of course, AI, of course. We have our AI lab working away. In the future, you will have an amazing travel expert in your pocket, which will help you with all of this complexity. So that's what we're building.
Pablo?
For me, AI for sure. We need to make sure that we master the usage of data so that we can really enhance the customer experience. This is in the end what we try to do with AI.
Great. Thank you very much to all of you to share all your thoughts here. It has been a great pleasure. We've talked about making easier mobility for the citizen, facilitating through technology. It has been a great pleasure to talk with you, and see you soon again next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ana, Pablo, Luis, Mike, and Luis Miguel. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your wisdom. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. So we're talking here about innovation, right? And talking about innovation, we have lots of definitions and methodologies. Now, innovation is transforming ideas into reality. But you can't do that alone, right? How many people you need to go from idea to market? You need a lot of them, right? So it means that you have to innovate together, because it is not a problem at all to generate ideas. But to get ideas implemented, you need the buy-in of a lot of people, right? And they all have to say yes. And when you do it alone, you know, hey, I got this great idea. Oh, wow, yeah. And then you start running, and then, ooh, you hit a wall, right? And then, ooh, you hit another wall. And then, ooh, you hit the third wall, right? Everybody tries to stop you, right? Why is it? It is because it is your ideas. Now, there is a reason in nature why you cannot make a child alone. You have to at least need two people to make a child, right? And it needs a village to raise a child, as they say in Africa. And it's the same with innovation. How many people you need when you go from idea to market? How many people you need in your ecosystem as startup? How many people you need as corporate innovator to go from idea through all those departments to market? 5, 10, 50, 100? That's why I don't call it I-innovation. What is much more effective is we-innovation. That's what it should be. The more I there is in innovation, the less effective it is. Good. Now, after this little intro speech, I'm going to present to you Javier. Are you ready to rock and roll? Yeah, so here is Javier presenting you a We Innovation project, public and private. Please, welcome, rock and roll.
In English or Spanish? English? Hi, hello everyone. My name is Javier López Zafra. I'm formerly President Chairman of Patio Campus Innovation and Startups. I'm very glad to be here with you and presenting this awesome program that we have just launched together with the Madrid region government, la Comunidad de Madrid, called Madrid Abierto. You all may know what Patio is. Patio is a public-private initiative that was launched a couple of years ago by the initiative of 8 large companies which are leading the respective industries worldwide, but mainly in Madrid and Spain, which are, I may talk some of them, like Iberia, Inditex, L'Oreal, Mausa Miguel, Pascual, there is BMW, there's Cepsa. So all industries are involved in Patio, and we decided together with the Comunidad de Madrid launching a campus of innovation, of open innovation here in Madrid region. We are aware of the importance of animating and involving citizens in the activities that would be undertaken in Patio and deployed in Patio. That's why, with the Comunidad de Madrid, with the region, we decided to launch Madrid Abierto. Madrid Abierto is an outstanding initiative which aims to seek with the citizens on what is the next generations on industries and on small companies that need a push. They need to regenerate, they need to gather some support from technologies, from projects, and that's why we decided with the Comunidad de Madrid on seeking, together with Patio, all these needs that would be in the basis of the regeneration of these small, traditional and familiar small companies that in Madrid region. That's why we decided to act in 2 stages. First stage consisting on identifying the needs of these small traditional businesses that are spread all around the region of Madrid. And we made large surveys together with the citizens, and we found out that there are some challenges. These challenges can be resumed as follows. First, the need of talent and the need of pushing renewing new generations. 2, there was a lack on digitalization and innovation in these small companies. 3, there was under implementation of automatic processes. 4, the need of searching for vehicles of financing, for financing, and getting more liquidity and more cash for raising these businesses. And 5, improving the identity and the brand of these small companies. That's why we made an investigation and we launched an open call, which was followed by nearly 200 startups that decided to apply to this Madrid Abierto program. And after a thorough evaluation of these startups, there was a jury day, which took place with the participation of strong evaluators and strong stakeholders in the ecosystem and innovative ecosystem, and resulted on the selection of 6 companies. 4 among them are today with us, and we right now will show you a video explaining this process. We are very happy to work with the Comunidad de Madrid in this excellent project. Thank you very much.
Bueno, gracias Javier por tu presentación. Muy buenos días a todos. Soy Daniel Rodríguez, viceconsejero de Economía y Empleo. Estamos muy orgullosos de Patio, estamos muy orgullosos de lo que están haciendo para la Comunidad de Madrid y como tengo que ser muy breve, voy a dar paso a 4 de las startups, ¿no?, que hemos seleccionado en este proceso de Madrid Abierto que acaba de comentar Javier. Vamos a dar la bienvenida a Carolina Barceló de Quico Tools, a Rafael Castillo de Stoken Capital, a Julio Ols de Asfin y a Rubén Hervás de Tuom. Muchísimas gracias a los 4. Bueno, en primer lugar, muchísimas gracias por formar parte del gran proyecto que supone Patio. Gracias por ayudarnos a la Comunidad de Madrid en algo que es absolutamente fundamental para nosotros, como es el relevo generacional, la supervivencia de los negocios, en este caso del comercio minorista. A mí me gustaría que brevemente pues, presentarais vuestros proyectos, quiénes sois, a qué os dedicáis y, digamos, la aportación de valor que pensáis que podéis hacer a ese pequeño comercio madrileño.
Bueno, pues mi nombre es Rubén Hervás, soy CEO en Tuom, una startup que tiene una metodología que se concreta en un software as a service, con el cual cualquier empresa puede realizar un plan estratégico y de marketing de alto nivel, como el que le haría un gran consultor. Bueno, creo que las empresas tienen en general este déficit, desarrollan sus productos y servicios con mucho conocimiento del mercado y de sus propias posibilidades, pero somos especialistas en cada producto, ¿no? Pero a la hora de salir al mercado normalmente salimos con un déficit estratégico y también de marketing. Tuom soluciona este problema y ayuda a que cualquier compañía pueda salir al mercado con esas garantías.
Pues yo soy Carolina Barceló, cofundadora de Quico Tools, y en Quico básicamente lo que tenemos son 3 desarrollos SaaS para digitalizar el comercio. Nosotros trabajamos tanto con pequeño comercio, retail y hostelería, con asociaciones comerciales y con instituciones y ayuntamientos para solucionar el problema de la digitalización, porque ayer lo decía, estamos como en una burbuja hablando de tecnología y parece que ha llegado a todo el mundo y la realidad es que a muchísima gente al final de la línea le está costando muchísimo alcanzar todas las herramientas que están disponibles para que se puedan digitalizar. Y me parece muy importante, por cierto, la iniciativa de Patio con Comunidad de Madrid para ayudar a todas estas empresas que son pequeñas, que están un poco al final de la cadena, para que puedan alcanzar esto y progresar, crecer y sobrevivir, básicamente.
Buenos días, soy Rafael Castillo, CEO de Stoken Capital. Somos una Legal Tech, un SaaS. Trabajamos sobre todo en desarrollar una infraestructura tecnológica para que cualquier empresa o cualquier pyme pueda desarrollar sus facetas principales, ¿no?, que es el crecimiento empresarial y el déficit de gobernanza. Nuestra idea es que el 99% de las pymes están olvidadas, no tienen acceso a la financiación, tienen dificultades de conseguir acceso a fondos y el déficit de gobernanza pues, supone el cierre de casi el 90% de las pymes, ¿no? Las cosas bien hechas pues, al final nos generan valor y permiten que podamos desarrollarlos. La iniciativa de Madrid Abierto es muy importante para nosotros. Entendemos que el tejido empresarial de la Comunidad de Madrid está sometido a muchísimas presiones externas e internas y nuestra herramienta puede ayudarles precisamente pues, a competir, ¿no? Si abrazamos la tecnología como elemento diferenciador, podemos competir con otras empresas.
Bueno, quedo yo. Soy Julio Ois, soy el CEO de Asfin. Somos una plataforma, somos el director financiero digital para pymes. Combinamos inteligencia artificial con experiencia humana y de alguna manera educamos en salud a las pymes, las acompañamos en su día a día, les ayudamos a crecer de manera sostenible y robusta y las que están malitas pues las cuidamos, ¿no? En todo. ¿Qué es irrelevante de esto? Pues creemos que dentro del marco de la Comunidad de Madrid una iniciativa pública que dé un marco estratégico, que dé un foco, que nos ayude a nosotros a posicionarnos para poder ayudar a 1.500 o a las 200.000 pymes que hay en la Comunidad de Madrid, es muy relevante. De estas 200.000, que yo creo que forman gran parte del tejido industrial y económico de la comunidad, una de cada 2 se mueren antes de llegar al tercer año, ¿no? Con lo cual el evitar precisamente que se mueran es un grandísimo reto.
Bueno, pues yo creo que hemos visto, ¿no?, cómo se nota que son emprendedores. Los elevator pitch se lo saben, vamos, de manual. yo creo que este es un gran ejemplo, ¿no?, de colaboración público-privada, de cómo la Comunidad de Madrid, a través de un instrumento privado como es la organización Patio, es capaz de buscar entre todo el talento que hay en la región y encontrar claves para solucionar problemas reales, problemas que existen, que vemos todos los días en los periódicos, en este caso, pues la sucesión empresarial. A mí me gustaría preguntaros, en calidad de viceconsejero de Economía y Empleo de la Comunidad de Madrid, como sabéis, la Comunidad de Madrid ahora está concentrando el 60% de la inversión en startups. Somos uno de los grandes hubs de innovación y de emprendimiento, ya no en España, sino en Europa, ¿no? Comentábamos ahora en la entrevista que en Miami miran hacia Madrid. En fin, parece que todo está haciéndose grande y que estamos creando aquí un ecosistema envidiado en todo el mundo. A mí me gustaría saber por qué elegisteis Madrid, qué pensáis que tiene Madrid que no existen en otros lugares de España y del mundo y bueno, también qué esperáis de Madrid en el desarrollo de vuestra empresa, que como hemos dicho será el desarrollo también de la Comunidad de Madrid.
Bueno, en mi caso soy madrileño, con lo cual
lo tenemos fácil.
Ahí lo tenía fácil, pero además creo que lo que se está intentando hacer, ¿no?, que es preparar para las empresas, startups y demás un ecosistema que las permita desarrollarse, ¿no?, porque la empresa, en mi opinión, tiene la capacidad de desarrollarse por sí misma, ¿no?, y muchas veces son barreras, ¿no?, que le llegan del contexto las que hacen que no logren desarrollarse. Entonces creo que esto se ha entendido muy bien en Madrid y creo que esta libertad para las empresas es muy efectiva para que se desarrolle un tejido empresarial que es el que trae riqueza, el que aporta valor a la sociedad y el que trae empleo.
Bueno, yo en mi caso no soy de Madrid, soy mallorquina, pero es que me casé con un canario y Madrid es un poco el punto medio, entonces no hay problema. Pero en cualquier caso, y respondiendo a tu pregunta, yo creo que de alguna manera Madrid está como de moda. Yo no sé qué ha pasado, no sé si es geopolítica, no sé qué ocurre, pero es verdad que muchos países están mirando qué es lo que está pasando aquí y nosotros lo notamos mucho con proyectos que tenemos sobre todo en Latinoamérica. Cuando decimos que estamos trabajando en Madrid y mostramos los proyectos que nosotros tenemos en Madrid, nos damos cuenta que de alguna manera tenemos mucho peso en la elección de nuestra empresa para contratarnos para llevar proyectos allí. Entonces, Madrid está de moda, es una realidad.
Perdona, que quiero dejar claro que nosotros desde el Gobierno regional la sensación que tenemos es que Madrid está de moda por vosotros, por lo que hacéis. Precisamente tú decías, no soy de Madrid, soy de Mallorca, tengo un novio de Menorca y estamos aquí.
Canario.
Canario, perdón, y estamos en Madrid, pues yo soy de Valladolid, con lo cual yo creo que esa es la verdadera clave del éxito. Perdona.
Yo diría que, bueno, como jurista, la seguridad jurídica es muy importante para las empresas, ¿no? El tener un marco estable regulatorio para poder entender cómo poder desarrollar tu trabajo, tu negocio, es importante. Yo también soy madrileño, entonces ha sido una elección sencilla. La capitalidad está en el centro, la infraestructura, obviamente es envidiable. Pero sobre todo el apoyo que tenemos, o que se nota, ¿no?, hacia el empresario en general, donde el empresario no es una mala persona, un explotador, sino que es un elemento de creación de riqueza, de empleo y de prosperidad económica, ¿no? Yo creo que es a nivel filosófico un poquito, ¿no? La conceptualización que percibimos aquí es un apoyo también institucional, ¿no?, en vez de perseguir al empresario, sino que el empresario es algo positivo, ¿no?, y que influye positivamente en la sociedad y en la economía, ¿no?, del país.
A mí ya no me queda nada. Bueno, yo como cuando me preguntan por qué soy de Real Madrid, como si hubiera alternativa, ¿no? O sea, ¿por qué Madrid? Pues porque es el sitio donde yo creo que hay que estar, ¿no? Yo creo que en Madrid hay un tejido empresarial muy rico, muy diverso, amplio, con lo cual permite florecer cualquier tipo de iniciativa. Siempre tienes un campo de juego y apoyo para poder explorar, ¿no?
Bueno, pues ahora en estos 4 minutos y medio que nos queda vamos a empezar por el final, para que no diga que dejamos sin argumentos. ¿Cómo veis la situación de la Comunidad de Madrid? ¿En qué pensáis que podemos mejorar? ¿Qué podemos hacer para ayudar más a las startups, al emprendimiento, a la inversión en la Comunidad de Madrid desde el Gobierno regional, sabiendo que nuestra filosofía, como bien habéis dicho, es poneros el menor número de trabas posibles, seguridad jurídica, seguridad política, estar a vuestro lado siempre que lo necesitéis y nunca jamás un palo en la rueda?
O sea, la difícil para mí, ¿no? O sea, ya...
Sí, empieza esto, sí.
Bueno, yo os pediría que os pusierais en modo startup, es decir, que testéis y que exploréis más rápido, que nos ayudéis a testar y a explorar más rápido. Fallamos, probamos otra iniciativa nueva. Nos cuesta un poco seguir el recorrido. Nosotros estamos en una dinámica de crecer o morir y el pensamiento de largo plazo de un sistema administrativo a veces nos cuesta encajar a nosotros, ¿no? Y a nuestra velocidad, con lo cual sí que nos gustaría tener un punto medio de velocidad con la administración.
Yo destacaría sobre todo pues, fomentar las iniciativas como la de Patio, ¿no? Que es un actor como intermedio que puede hacer de puente precisamente para la velocidad, ¿no? Para poder escalar y para poder probar una serie de cosas y poder tener una cercanía y tener un enfoque mucho menos público, sino más privado y más ágil en las cosas. Yo creo que iniciativas como Patio son importantes, ¿no? Para tener un hub de crecimiento y de desarrollo empresarial en Madrid. Yo creo que impulsar este tipo de iniciativas es muy positivo, sobre todo con las grandes corporaciones. O sea, ese mix público-privado está funcionando muy bien.
Sí, yo coincido con Julio y con Rafael, pero sobre todo con Julio en la parte de la burocracia, que a veces acceder a cierto tipo de cosas es súper difícil por la cantidad de papeleo a veces que hay que hacer y de trámites y es verdad que las startups o las empresas emergentes vamos súper rápido porque no tenemos opción a ir a otra velocidad y la cantidad de trabas que hay lo hacen complicado muchas veces.
Yo lo voy a simplificar, creo que esto es empirismo puro, ¿no? Yo miraría el índice de libertad económica, que se puede consultar muy fácilmente en Internet, vería qué es lo que mide y qué países están en lo alto del ranking. Y creo que eso es lo que necesitamos las empresas. Han comentado algunas cosas aquí, pero esto es empirismo para mí.
Bueno, pues tomamos nota. Ahí tenéis a Irene Correas, que es la directora general de Autónomos y Emprendimiento de la Comunidad de Madrid, y a quien agradezco pues, todo lo que ha organizado el South Summit y todo su trabajo con gente como vosotros. También ponéis cara a Javier López Zafra, que es el presidente de Patio y, digamos, el impulsor de esta grandísima iniciativa y que tiene un gran equipo. Como sabéis, la parte de burocracia, que es donde os habéis centrado, pues es un eje fundamental en la iniciativa de gobierno desde hace años, siempre insuficiente, está claro que siempre insuficiente, pero vamos a seguir trabajando. Tenemos un portal web, se llama la Línea Abierta contra la Hiperregulación, ahí cualquier norma que veáis, que creáis que os impide trabajar, que os ralentiza en vuestros tiempos, etcétera, bien, por favor, decírnoslo por ahí. Existe la ley, no sé qué, el artículo 3.14 de la ley 84/21, creo que se puede suprimir.
¿Estás seguro?
Sí, que lo vamos a evaluar. Hemos reducido o eliminado 384 normas. No sé si son muchas o pocas, son 384 en 3 años. En el último año, que es el que yo tengo el honor de ser vicepresidente del gobierno, de viceconsejero de Economía y Empleo de la Comunidad de Madrid, tengo el enorme honor de serlo, el mejor año de la Línea Abierta contra la Hiperregulación, porque hemos hecho una actuación muy sencilla, que es levantar las alfombras de lo que hacemos nosotros dentro de la viceconsejería. Somos 9 direcciones generales, hemos levantado las alfombras y hemos hecho esto fuera, esto fuera, esto fuera, esto fuera. Y vamos a seguir por ahí. Como vamos a seguir también atrayendo inversiones con Invest in Madrid, vamos a seguir acelerando proyectos de inversión y vamos a seguir estando a vuestro lado, porque sois los verdaderos creadores de valor, creadores de riqueza, los que tenéis la creatividad en la cabeza y los que hacéis de Madrid ese lugar de moda. Así que nada, gracias a todos, estamos a vuestra entera disposición, nos ponéis ojos y cara, y gracias también a South Summit por este ratito. Un abrazo a todos.
Thank you so much. A big applause, please. Proyecto Madrid Abierto. Thank you. So, photo time, magic moment. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, yesterday I wore my blue suit with the tulips, remember? Yes, why did I wear a suit with tulips? It's very simple. If you want to have flowers in April, you should have planted bulbs in October. It is the same with innovation. If you want innovation now, you should have started a year ago, or 2 years ago, or 3 years ago. and you have to pick the right moment. All right. This is the right moment to introduce the next speakers on resilient energy grids, safety and smart first. May I have your warm applause for Lourdes Garcia Duarte, Head of Sustainable Design and Resilience from Enel. Welcome, Lourdes. Then the second guest, Jacob Rodriguez Riviero, Head of Subsidized Programs at eDistribution. Carlos Matila, CEO at Fubex, and Oscar Garcia, Growth Product Manager at Elevate. Welcome. Lourdes, rock and roll.
Thank you. Welcome to this panel session. The last two amazing days here in South Summit, I have listened to several speakers talking about energy transition. But I make some questions about this. Which is the role of the distribution grids on this transition? How can the distribution grids accommodate the growth demand of data centers, heat pumps, EV chargers, while on the other hand, we have to, how can the same time these distribution grids accommodate the fast deployment of the decentralized energy production? So at the end, the distribution grids need to balance these users, these producers, while maintaining the grid stability and the safety of the safe work of our workers on field. So for these big two challenges, Endesa and the Enel Group has been working in the last 10 years in an open innovation strategy, looking for solutions, technologies to adapt to this new context. From this strategy, thanks to this strategy, today with my colleague Jacob, we are going to explain you some real experiences that we are having with Spanish startups here in Spain. We have here Oscar Garcia representing Save the Limit from the Elewit Group. But also we have here Carlos Matilla from Fubex, a startup about drones. And we are going to see these real experiences that we are having as Endesa and Enel Group. Starting from Oscar. Oscar, can you explain us the technology that you have developed?
Well, first of all, let me thank you Lourdes and Jacob, the opportunity to share Save the Limit as a project here within South Summit, and also because the trust that Enel has deposited within our solution. Save the Limit is a safety solution in which we have integrated multiple technologies. By using LiDAR technology, we are able to create invisible walls and invisible ceilings in order to protect all the workers in hazardous environments. In that sense, we are able to create these invisible areas and to send different alarms when any of the workers are close to the hazardous areas. We started working in this project in a very risky environment, such as yours, which is electricity, high voltage electricity, and specifically working in substations, in which we have very delicate assets and very risky areas in which the risk of having an accident or even risking death for the workers is really high. So when creating these areas, we are complementing all the methods, traditional methods that we have, such as fences or chains, for the workers to feel much better and more safety within the environment. Also, we are able to send different alarms, sound alarms, visual alerts, and integrate with different vehicles, such as cranes or forklifts, in order to automatically stop and get back all the movements so they cannot reach what's a risky area.
And Oscar, how did you start to collaborate with Endesa? How did we get in touch with you?
Well, we get in touch with Endesa almost 2 years ago, at least, and we received a requirement for us to share our technology with your innovation team. When we received this request, you were looking for specific use cases to be covered in order to increase the safety of your workers. So we were working with you by trying to resolve very challenging scenarios in order for you to demonstrate or to check that our technology could cover what you are looking for. After several iterations, we get into a pilot program, and now we are developing a pilot program with real cases and specific scenarios in which you have had any kind of problem. So we are solving this with your team here in Spain and also with your team in Italy, trying to get the best of the technology. So we are very confident that we are going to provide you a really good solution to increase the safety of your workers, and also you are helping us to improve the solution that we have to get a better set of features and a best way of functionality for it.
Thank you, Oscar. I personally have the opportunity to see this technology. Right, I can say that it's very simple to use it, and we are confident that we will adapt and scale up this solution for our field workers. Now, Jacob, let's explain us a little bit the importance of the resilience on the grids, please.
Yes, thank you, Lourdes, thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here with Carlo and Oscar. I try to explain we are in Enel. I'm working in resilience. Resilience nowadays, the climate change is a fact. It's a fact. Sorry, but it's a fact. Some people think it's not a fact, but climate change is a fact. And the effect, the weather effect in our grid nowadays is more intensive and more frequent than ever. And for this reason, in Enel Group, we are working in resilience, improve our grid to the resilience for years. We are working, try to improve our prediction algorithm using big data and machine learning, try to identify the risk in advance. We are invest a lot in our grid and in digitalization in our grid, try to know well in our grid. And finally, we are trying to develop a platform to join the weather information with our grid information, trying to anticipate to the weather aspect. When adverse climate meteorological occur in our grid, we are improve our methodology, to our operation to go to to reduce the time, to try to digitalize the way to communicate with our client, the time to recover the grid. By this reason, we fly with a drone to Carlo. I try to explain a real case when I try to innovate in this aspect, in the resilience. Carlo, where is Fube? The first, where is Fube? And how do you start to collaborate with us, with Enel?
Yeah, so thanks, Jacob, and thanks, Lourdes, for having us here. We are the big yellow drone in the best stand in the trade show, the Endesa stand, for sure. And so what we do is we increase the resilience of the grid using long-range drones. So in this case, as you have said, we are speaking a lot of clean energy, a lot about energy transition, a lot about electrification, because at the end of the day, most of the ideas for the future, for this net zero future that everyone aspires, comes from the electrification. So we depend on 5 million kilometers of power lines in the whole Europe. And that is going to mean that Enel Grid is going to be at the center of our lives. Because before, we had, at least we had the car. But now, before it was like a fuel. But now everything in our life is going to be electric. That's a good thing, but that means that this is even more a critical infrastructure. So that's why we are working with our drones to provide this kind of first response to when Filomena, that is a case that everyone knows, that this big storm that hit Spain like 3 years ago, to recover as soon as possible, detecting where the power lines are cut because of vegetation. Or at the end of the day, your lines are in the middle of everywhere and nowhere, and they are very difficult to get sometimes. So in that sense, we participated in the Aerial Core project, which was the biggest project in Europe. In the whole history of the H2020 project, it was the biggest in terms of power line inspection, almost 10 million kilometers of power lines, of euros, sorry. And in that case, you were the client, so everyone was trying to let's say, to provide, to give, respond to your wishes, let's say. We were trying to make your grid the most resilient in the world. And during the project that we participated, like a lot of universities and entities from all across Europe, we improved technology, we developed technology patents and a lot of things, because it has been a great success, one of the best in terms of the evaluators, in the words of the evaluators. And we work together in order to achieve this grid resilience. In this project, we achieved the first authorization of its kind in Europe to perform this kind of services in the smart grid. And I have to say that last November, if I remember correctly, in Villacarrillo, in Spain, the Enel, the Endesa grid, was the most robotized and most safe in the world during this project, because everything was robotic, and that's what we were trying to do. Is we are thinking about a future that is not going to be 5 million kilometers of power lines. It is estimated that we need at least double the size of the grid, and this is going to become even more critical. So we need these solutions, the robotic solutions. In our case, drones, long-range drones, and that's what we have been doing, and that's what we started working together. And now we are we have progressed the ladder in terms of innovation. First it was a project, now it's a reality.
Yes, regarding that, thank you for your collaboration in Arcore, because it was a pleasure to collaborate. But this is an innovation project. The idea of the innovation project is try to make business, okay? Where is your strategy now? Where is your collaboration now with the Enel Group?
Yeah, so as we talked before, resilience is the key right now. How we, with these extreme events that, unfortunately, they are going to become even more common, how can we provide a first response that can make the infrastructure safe again, the lights are turned on as soon as possible. And that's what we are doing. Instead of using drones that they are in the visual line of sight, so every drone in the market right now can fly, but only be in the visual line of sight of the pilot. That means 500 meters from the pilot, so it's a really short distance. What we are working is to provide this kind of service for you in the Aragon region, starting there, and hopefully coming soon in the rest of the delegations, working to increase that range 10 kilometers. And we are working on different projects because we have received like 3 CDTIs, that is the main funding Spanish body, to increase the range of our aircraft to 100 kilometers per day. So that's what we are working with you to provide this kind of service, so you know exactly when the power lines are cut, where to send your people to fix these areas, because at the end of the day, we are speaking about huge areas. When a storm hits area, it's not 1 kilometer of power lines, tend to be very large areas. It's very difficult to find them, and that's what we are doing right now, but thinking about how can we improve the inspection, how can we automate all these things so you can have the complete digital twin of the infrastructure as soon as possible. Right now, we are speaking about a lot of time that takes to inspection companies, up to 6 months. We want to do it. It's not going to be right now, but with the Starlinks, with different innovations, we are thinking that it's going to be in 1 day. So, and this is becoming in the next 2-3 years, and we want to be the enablers of that.
Okay. Thank you, Carlos. Well, maybe it's all. Thank you for coming. We are a stand from Endesa. All the innovation where Carlos and Oscar show is in our stand. We are a drone from FUBE. You can see the real drone. It's a real drone that fly in our grid. You can see, very interesting, all the hardware and software regarding Save the Limit, and you can make some question, and maybe we can give in depth regarding our resilience and safety strategy in the Enel Group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sí, Lourdes.
good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AgriTech business. AgriTech at scale. We have a wonderful panel with you, starting with Oriol Juncosa, co-founder at ESC Capital Venture. Please give him an applause. Thank you so much, please. And then I invite to the stage Pelayo Bolivar, Managing Director at Turban. Pelayo, welcome. And Adam de Bernardi, CEO and co-founder at NAC Solutions. Welcome. All right. Rock and roll.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry, thank you for the kind introduction. So I think that we're going to have a fantastic panel today. Okay, we have two top leaders in agriculture, in AgriTech, and basically the idea for the panel is really sort of to look at the challenges of the different of how AgriTech is really helping. I would say the food supply is really helping sort of to develop those technologies that will ensure, I would say, a great level of food security in our humanity. No? So in order to start, I would love you if each of you could just make a brief intro of what you do and your businesses, because I think that they are sort of very complementary, and the audience would love to know a bit more about you guys.
Thank you very much. So I'll start, okay? I'm Pelayo Bolivar. I'm founder and managing director of Gurban. We are a vertical farming company based here in Madrid. We focus on local production to local markets through distributors, so that we can reach high-end customers like five-star hotels and Michelin Guide star restaurants. Apart from that, we are a very technological-driven company because of our background, and what we do is develop our own growing solutions, not only in shipping container farms, but also in any confined space that you can imagine. We can turn that into a growing space for any kind of crop, from berries, strawberries, all the way through microgreens, lettuce, or edible flowers. That's what we do right now.
Thanks first for the invitation of this panel. Yeah. My name is Aaron de Bernardis. I'm CEO and co-founder of NAC Solutions. We are a company, a software company, that we develop AI models to learn from the behavior of the crops using satellite image. After you learn from the behavior of this crop, of your condition, of your context, help you to take better decisions. At the end, every industry needs to reduce costs, produce more, be more profitable, but especially in agriculture, it's a human problem. You know, we know that the way that we produce food is not enough. The way that we produce food is not efficient. And what we are trying is to change a process in this old industry that we have been doing the same things during hundreds of years, to introduce efficient process to be more profitable.
Mm-hmm. So, as you can see, we have a super complementary panel. Pelayo will fit you, and Aaron will help you to make better decisions on your business. So that's fantastic. Okay. So then, based on that, and from your two sort of different standpoints, how do you see sort of I would say the biggest opportunities that sort of AgriTech is now sort of developing for in really helping sort of agriculture and the food supply chain? What are those two or key trends that keep you excited?
So for us, as an agriculture company, we believe that data-driven agriculture is a key trend that's going to go not only into vertical farming, but also into traditional farming. Farmers who don't use data right now, or who don't use sensors, who don't use drones, IoT, they tend to have much more elevated costs than the ones that we use them. Knowing or using these sensors, doing precision agriculture, let's say, as we do, where we can control each stage of the crop from seed to delivery, makes us know our COGS in a very detailed way, in a very detailed list way, and that reduces our costs and brings our productivity up. Now, just to give you an example, we can bring down, in microgreens, for example, we can bring cultivation processes down from 11 days to 6 days, just knowing or playing with light spectrums, nutrient deficiencies, pH, relative humidity in the air. So precision agriculture for me is a key trend that's not going to go forward in vertical farming, but in traditional agriculture, and that's something that Aaron helps with. And the second trend that I believe it's data-driven. No, all these factors that we play with, no, humidity, temperature, nutrients, light spectrum, all that data at my level of expertise, we can use it to play around with the different parameters so we can get the optimal crops, the optimal times, optimal harvests, so product gets to our clients at its best moment. So
just one question here. I mean, how you got into the precision agriculture? Meaning, when you were thinking sort of about potentially your first vertical farm, okay? I mean, at that point in time, you were already thinking of data, or I mean, just for people here in the audience, no? What was your journey towards actually sort of thinking of data?
So to make things short, my journey was, I don't know nothing of agriculture. Next day, I'm learning everything by making errors. No, so that's mistake. That means a lot of money, not thrown out of the window, but in learning how to do things. And once you start, I believe, once you start doing things and growing, so I started growing easy things such as lettuce, which has it's very sensitive to price changes. At least.
How do you combine lettuce and data? Tell us.
You combine it first of all on seeds. You can combine that on seeds. Where do seeds come from? No? Are those seeds non-GMO? Are they modified? Are they pelleted? No? How much time does it take for them to germinate? No? Then what temperature do lettuce need? No? Lettuce is a very common crop, and there's a lot of literature on that. But I learned, first of all, I learned how to grow. Once I saw it grew, I started playing with parameters. No, these nutrients, not 2-part nutrients, you could use 3-part in hydroponic agriculture, but I started playing with, hey, let's play with 2 more degrees during the daylight. Let's play with more blue light instead of more red light, so it develops more color for purple lettuce. Yeah. So my journey has been first know how to grow, learn how to grow, and that means, let's say, a year, and after that you start learning that you can play with certain parameters, certain data that you can gather, and then you can use efficiently. That's also a challenge, but that's been my journey, and learning then what to grow. I don't grow lettuce anymore because here in Spain there are huge producers of lettuce that grow it in northern Spain or southern Spain, with whom I cannot compete in terms of price, okay, and changing, and my costs, which I know very detailed, up to the cent, I know I cannot compete in price with producers like Gota Viva in Navarra or Asturias or growers in Murcia, no? Okay. So, but with all that data, I know what I should grow and at what price, and with margins as low as 30% operative margins and up to 60%, which are really high in agriculture.
Excellent. Great for making that very clear. Aaron, what do you see are the key trends that really excited?
For me, it's all industry, and every area that you take in this industry, you can do better. You know, every area, as much as you do something small, the impact is huge. And I think that one of the new era is the try to find what we are going to do with the data. You know, one of the main problems that we saw when we start to work with NAC Solutions is all the growers have a lot of data. Honestly, like they have Excels of data. They have been saving the day of harvest. They have been saving the tons, the varieties that they have. They have been doing soil analysis, every 2 hectares. You know? But in the day of the day, they have only data. You know, and here the challenge that we saw in this whole industry is transform data to information. And this is the challenge that we are focused on, and this is, I think, the challenge to go from precision agriculture. That is something that we have been speaking the last 2 years a lot in this AgriTech industry. But now the new trend is not precision agriculture, try to work with this data, is decision agriculture. Okay. It's transform this data.
From precision to decision.
Yes.
That's an important.
Yes. Because I'm, as a CEO, if in my company have a lot of data, I don't want to see data. I want to know what I need to do tomorrow to reduce my costs in operations. What I need to do in software tomorrow to be faster. And for agro producers, it's the same. It's okay. All these tools are beautiful: drones, IoT, satellite image. But all that we have been doing until now is generating more data. And if they have data and you came here and you give more data with satellites, with drones, with IoT, with sensors, and I'm speaking about big robots, it's just data, And what we are working is we need to take the technological industry. What we need to do is, don't worry, you don't need to do nothing. Just give me your data, and I will use my sensors. I will mix that. And I will do my tech magic, and in the end, I will learn of the condition of your crop. I will learn what you have been doing wrong, what you have been doing well, and I will learn the behavior of the climate. I will learn everything, but in the end, people need a final decision tool. And this is one of something that made me really excited to give a final answer, really easy, to the grower.
But then, what's the key? I mean, so as an advice to sort of the growers or the people in the industry, what's the key to really sort of have this data going from just data to actually decision? So we were speaking before about normalization.
Yeah.
About even sort of bringing, I guess, standards for, hey, how do you collect the data? What X means, how do you define X? I mean, how do you solve the challenge? Because everyone may be sort of defining a specific term in a different manner, no?
Yeah. This is the first challenge that we have in this industry. It's normal, we speak with customers and say, no, to create a model, we need a bunch of data. And they say, we have years, we have information from 1980. and you say, yeah. But we not only need quantity of data, we need clean data. Because it's not about the quantity, it's about to be clean, Because if you want to train a model, an AI model, a machine learning model, if you put garbage, the output will be garbage, and the first step that we are seeing in the industry is that until now, people was saving data without any control. People put the day of harvest, run, the tons run, everything run, but now they are watching the value to have good data. Because you can create a good model. For example, I will put a practical example.
Yeah.
For example, if I want to know how much kilograms of nitrogen I need to put for this crop, for this variety, in this area, I must be sure that all the data that you have been using in the past is clean. Yeah. And this is difficult. Nobody has that, And now the companies is focusing now, when I start to work with companies like us, okay, the first step is start to clean data just to after create models. Because if we say, no, we have a model that will change your condition, final decision, that's smoke. And when you sell a smoke, you only sell one time, And the idea is to sell year by year, and we try to evangelize that first is clean data, after training model, and after take decisions, I think it's painful.
I completely agree with what you say, and I want to give two clear examples of what this means, what clear data means in the day-to-day operations of a farm. It's, again, I'm going to say that's not the same a control environment as ours, as open fields, that some of you may know. But at my level, for example, clean data or knowing what data to use means I have a specific recipe that, for example, basil needs high temperatures, 24, 25 degrees. Edible flowers need cold. Nutrient needs for each plant are different. Well, I could say electric Szechuan buttons, it's called electric flower, has specific needs. But after 2 years of gathering data or how things grow, how long do they take to grow, color of the leaves, light spectrums, I now have, based on that data, I have, you could say, a recipe that mixes nutrient levels, pH levels, light spectrums, temperature levels, hours of light that I give to the plants. And that data has given me the ability to design a recipe that allows me to have, you could say, 15 types of crops in the same space. And then with that, I could go to the next step, that would be to optimize the space for one type of crop. You could say berries, for example, or only basil. So that's clean data. And then I was talking last week with a person that's in the finance world, and they invest on traditional agriculture, on pistachio and almonds, and he told me that after lots of years, they thought that on summer months, which is hot, the growers thought that they needed to water double the trees, no? And they found out after actually gathering data and having good data, clean data, they discovered that they don't need to water double the trees, that those trees actually retain moisture much better when it's hot, and that they need to water even less on summer months. And that's based on
measure in good way.
Yeah, that's it. So those are two clear examples in the day-to-day operations that I think depict clearly what everyone is saying. No?
Excellent. So, I mean, we have seen now sort of the new trends, new innovations, but what are the key challenges that you see now sort of in agriculture, in the food supply chain, that really sort of keep you awake at night? I mean, that sort of those things that you say, hey, that could potentially could really harm humanity. No? I mean, maybe one or two challenges, and then how technology you're seeing that is trying to solve them.
In my point is a challenge for tech area, for product developers, and it's a challenge in the industry, know, in the producers. You know, if we are speaking in the producers, something that I saw is the challenge is to have people ready to absorb technology. It's an industry that is not normal to find early adopters or people that can absorb deep tech or complex tech in easy way. You know, we are working in 28 countries, and one of the investment that we are doing now is we contract people in every country that we have just to help people to use our technology. We are creating, we are giving know-how to these companies just to absorb the technology. It is like if I buy a Formula One, I need to have a pilot that be able to drive. I have a license to drive, but I don't know how to drive. And sometimes in this industry, I think that the technology grew so fast in the last few years, but we didn't have enough time for the agro industry to have enough person ready to absorb this technology. It's because work as a grower is not sexy, you know.
So then you would say that producers need to have developers.
No developers need to have.
What would be the profile?
I think that it's a agro engineer that understand technology, and the point is that they don't need people to develop technology. They need a bridge from technology to the farm.
To the field. Okay.
Yeah, and it's a key point now that the position is agro precision person in each company to be able to transmit all this information from this stage to all the rest of the growers.
So like a data-driven person that understands.
Yes. Understand data, understand the complex, because it's when you sit with this kind of company, they say I have, for example, I have this data of nitrogen, and you say, yeah, but this is in kilograms, this is in liters. Give me, but why? It's nitrogen, you know? And yeah, but you know, you need to have a person on the other side that speaks the same language. Yeah. And companies now are hiring a lot of people in this new position. Okay. We are helping. We have a customer, the third most sales sugar in America. If you go to a Starbucks and you drink sugar in Starbucks, we monitor this sugar. You know? And for example, it's a company that has 180,000 hectares. Alicante has 20,000 hectares, imagine. They create a position because we tell them.
Wow.
And it's a position just to be the bridge between technology and production. And this is a challenge for the grower area. You know?
That's a profile that's very difficult to find here
Yeah.
in Spain. It's a profile that you could say that now we're starting to have degrees or masters that train people to be or to have this profile, but finding this profile in the local job market, it's really difficult. And you cannot, and there's something that you cannot do is take a regular employee that's in the day-to-day operations. It's not as easy as to, hey, just take this and learn it. You need someone that's deeply trained in how to manage this information, these sensors, to really understand and apply them to your day-to-day operations. No?
So we need to make agriculture sexier for engineers.
Yes,
no?
let's do it.
And let's do it.
I'm not paid to say this, but Universidad de Córdoba, it's really working. It's working really hard on giving the education to its bachelors on this area.
So you know where to recruit.
That's true. And what
in terms of challenges.
I find especially one that's food security and how to tackle it. So you all know the speech on world population growth, on water scarcity, climate change, and that's true. And you can believe it at some point or another, at some level, but it's true. And I believe there's a real challenge on bringing produce closer to the end client. No? So that's what we are doing. Just to give you numbers, our produce, since it's sown or taken from the soil to our end client, it doesn't take more than 15 minutes, 30 minutes. We are 15 minutes away from Madrid.
Wow.
So that's our client. Then, okay, you can have another 30 minutes to the Four Seasons Hotel, Ritz, or whatever Diverso restaurant, but it's no more. It takes no longer than a day to reach out end client. Whilst there are other products that we are bringing from abroad, and it doesn't make sense. So if we want to make a change, we need to favor local growers, not only in vertical agriculture, but in other kinds. Asparagus, for example. We were talking earlier of this example. We're bringing asparagus from Peru and from China with my deepest respects to these countries. I lived in Peru, but we have local growers in Guadalajara that cannot grow asparagus because they cannot compete with costs. And there's a challenge in bureaucracy, there's a challenge in actually having trained people to do things. And there's also no generational relief. No? So people don't want to work in this field.
And do you think that the growers from Guadalajara, with more data, with better decisions, could actually sort of manage to potentially lower cost and then compete?
I believe so.
Yeah, but we can do magic,
No, agriculture.
No, but absolutely, you are more competitive.
Of course.
In every industry, if you don't put innovation, you die. And I think that agriculture must have this innovation.
At some point, you need to have it if you want to compete. And that's very important. All traditional growers that I know, they don't know their costs of goods sold, costs. They don't know. You ask them, and they don't know how much they spend on nutrients. You don't know how much they spend on seeds. You don't know. They don't optimize something as easy as optimizing your seed provider. Hey, let's buy seeds in bulk. Let's buy this kind of seed. Let's buy these nutrients. Let's buy powder nutrients instead of liquid nutrients. Just what you can save in transport for bringing powder nutrients, it makes such a difference, no? Maybe also renewable energy, solar energy, using that to bring down your costs, at least for me, no? Electricity for me, it's a big deal. So, using that kind of innovation, it's not innovation, but it's each little thing reduces down your cost bill, and that makes you much more competitive. No, just not only, and then it reflects on the price. The same box I sell here at 11.70, and that's euros. That gives me 35-40% operational margins. On the Netherlands, we were talking earlier, they have to sell it at 17 euros.
Wow!
So they cannot compete with me in price.
And in terms of what you were saying, in terms of food security, I mean. If now unfortunately, temperature is going to be increasing. I mean, more areas probably with more problems in order to grow certain types of food. I mean, how do you see, for instance, applying that maybe to areas of southern Spain that now are having a problem? This area of food security, meaning local food security. Any ideas about
Well, southern Spain is very developed in terms of what they call it the plastic sea, and they know how to manage. So it's greenhouse technology and how to cool down greenhouses. For example, right now you have 30, 35 degrees Celsius outside. Inside the greenhouse, you have 45, 50 degrees. Nothing can grow there, no? But technology, in order to bring down temperatures, no, and to be able to grow throughout all the year, that's very developed. But if you want to play and really optimize what you grow and where, I think solutions such as vertical farming, which is it's still a way it has still a way to go in terms of costs, but you could benefit from controlled environments to grow like high-end products, which really need very specific characteristics in terms of climate to grow. No? I can give you a very clear example. We are sending product weekly to Doha, no, to Qatar, but it doesn't make sense. We should grow it there.
Yeah.
No, we should grow, no, and also in Sweden or in the Faroe Islands. There's a guy who grows in container farms because he cannot grow anything there. 100 speed kilometers per hour air there, wind. You cannot grow anything there. No. So there are very specific places where you can benefit from this kind of agriculture. Almeria, you cannot change things.
Yes.
It works. It works. Okay.
Excellent. So listen. I mean, it wouldn't be a South Summit panel without speaking a bit about AI, no?
Yeah.
So how do you see AI sort of applied in your environment? Very quickly, we have 3 minutes.
We have been using AI from the beginning. You know, now the trend is generative AI.
Correct.
You know? We are using machine learning to learn from the behavior of every condition. You know, and if we speak about the new AI that we are saying is growing fast. We think that the problem that we saw is the capacity from the other side sometimes to understand the product. Try to reduce this problem using LLMs just to ask the machine, okay, or ask to Nax. My idea is, okay, Nax, I will harvest this week, I need harvest this week 500 hectares. Which will be the right polygon to go with the machinery? You must go first in this and this and this order to produce more, you know? Okay. And I think that we are starting to use these prompts to communicate with Nax and reduce the friction in terms of panel dashboards and to easy questions and easy answers.
Okay. In our case, it's very, very easy, and it's done already. But actually, with AI knowing, with cameras knowing nutrient deficiencies on leaves, no, based on the color of the leaf, you can benefit, no, on what a plant needs at that moment. So, in our case, image AI, based on all the data that's being gathered and that you can input to the machine, you can know very fast what you need to give the plant: nitrogen, phosphorus, calcium, no, at each point. And that for us as growers, it's very useful in terms of reducing produce that we lose. No.
Then you have cameras.
We are starting to use it. We are starting to test that on edible flowers and also on some microgreens, especially on basil, red vein sorrel. That's very sensitive, and in coriander.
Interesting. Yeah. Nice. And then, so those are pictures that then your models process.
Yeah. You actually get that data from third parties that tell you, okay, this yellowness on the leaf, it's a deficiency in this kind of nutrient.
That's amazing.
And then you can attack that.
Okay.
So but our goal is to have that in a full container. No? I told you we build container farms to have each layer of growing layer with cameras that can give you in real time deficiencies, or you are putting too much nutrient A here. So,
and then ideally AI will tell you what you need to do, no, based on those pictures that you have taken.
Actually, the decision agriculture.
The decision agriculture. Excellent. That's fantastic. So listen, hey, I just wanted to give a big round of applause to our panelists. Has been fantastic, and we're here all for food security. Okay, thank you. Thank you
so much.
Thank you so much, Oriol. Thank you, Pelayo. So, picture time. Hey, picture time. Great. And we stay in AgriTech. And we are going now to the last one here in this hall. And it will be a very interesting one. It will be about planting prosperity. And innovation in AgriTech is really, really necessary. People think it's difficult. Well, let's hear what all these experts have to say about it. Innovation is transforming ideas in reality. That's what it is. Getting ideas is easy, but then, that's why I'm wearing my Pac-Man suit. Innovation is like an innovation maze, and you have to find your way as a Pac-Man through the maze. Now, these people have found their way into the AgriTech maze. I like to ask Juan Carlos Garavito on stage, co-founder and managing director of Muxa Foods. He will lead this conversation. Welcome. Give him an applause, please. Then to the stage, Natalia Valle, co-founder and CEO of Plant on Demand. Welcome, Natalia. Amparo de San Jose, business creation portfolio manager, South Europe at EIT Foods. Yes. And last but not least, from Food Labs, Darius Zarabian. Welcome, Darius.
Thank you very much. It's like a pleasure just to be leading this panel, like with these great speakers. We are going to be the last panel. Imagine the responsibility that we have here, but we are going to touch the most important topic right now. No? It's just like to create impact in the agriculture sector. We're going to do a short presentation of each of you, just like we have Natalia. Natalia is like a really like entrepreneur mindset, like a stunning achievement with your startup. Like you are like part of the South Summit like family. If we can just like describe it like this, she won the prize last year. Congratulations. Yes, it's like amazing what you were like achieving with your platform. You're going to tell us more about that like in the next questions. We have Darius, like also we were like talking before about the impact that they are like creating with the venture capital. He has a really strong background in the academics, and now it's just like he's moving to the venture capital just to like doing this scouting for new ideas, new like business, creating impact in the food industry. And we have Amparo, like an old friend. I always say that Amparo is an old friend. We are like meeting always like in different scenarios, like talking about entrepreneurship. She has a really strong background in entrepreneurship, like from the academic, from different institutions, you know everything about entrepreneurship right now. Not only in Spain, you also like been touching in many other countries. That's why we have the privilege to have all been sitting here to talk about prosperity. No, that is like a really important topic. And we're going to start like with Natalia. No, I think it's like really important just to start with you that you are coming with this idea, no, just to have your impact with your startup. And you were like using technology, no? We were like just also talking about how this like small changes in technology can affect people's life in the rural areas, no? Because I think something that happens with this sector, and we were like discussing all before, is like with some small changes, you are changing people's lives. Like the social like impact that we have. I also have a company, like a chocolate company that is like based in Colombia, that the impact that you can just have like in social, like environmental things too, and in economics, how you change people's life is really important. But you can just like tell us about more your idea about how technology is just like changing like how the people is connecting, no? Because you are like trying to connect with this agricultural people that is working on the field with the end of the value, the chain, no? Maybe you can just like tell us about how this idea just came to your mind and how technology is like improving people's life.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so this project started about 5 years ago, and it came out really from working with the ecosystem, with the farmers themselves. We were experts, we knew a lot about technology, so we were working with these farmers, helping them to be more efficient as consultants, right? And
as working with them, we saw that there was a huge need for technology adapted to these small farmers. We work mainly with organic, local family farms, farmers. So as we were working with them, we were seeing that they were still using very archaic, very, very old techniques for managing their businesses, right? Like a notepad with a pen to trace the traceability or make the invoices. At the same time, we were seeing that there were so many innovations out there, like with satellites, with IoT, with you name it, right? That these technologies were designed or at least used by the largest farmers, like mainly monocrops or more like unsustainable farmers, whilst the organic, local family farms, they weren't really having access to these technologies. Why? Well, on one hand, because there was no technology adapted to their needs. And in this case, we're not talking about a very crazy, deep tech technology. We're talking about like very basic, simple things that they need for managing their business, like an e-commerce, like a ERP, like things that are basic for the companies, right? We
are helping all the companies, yes, just like implementing that, no?
Yes. So we do two things. Well, we can be separated. Like we do technology, we do innovation in technology. So we've developed this platform, an all-in-one platform for organic or local farmers. And also we do social innovation, which is very important. And this is something that we don't talk about.
Where do you have more like the impact, no?
Well, I mean, you really need to. If you work with local or small farmers, you really need to do social innovation if you want to have a real impact in the community you work with. Why? Because technology is not accessible for the farmers by themselves because they don't see the value, they don't have the knowledge, and many times they don't have the financial capacity to, or at least the vision to adopt these technologies. So you really need to work with the communities. And when I mean the communities, I mean like the rural associations, the local governments, the universities, the farmers associations, organic certifiers, all these people that have been working with the farmers for many, many years, and you are entering there with a technology that makes just the whole ecosystem more efficient and more profitable with this little key in technology. So in terms of like social innovation, what we're doing is we are helping farmers to come together in regions, so like in the region of Madrid, for example. So there is 30, 40, 50, 100 farmers. We help them come together and to sell collaboratively to the local demand, mainly school canteens or hospitals.
That's good, yeah.
In this way, the hospitals or the school canteens, the kids can eat fresh vegetables, organic, local, seasonal, and at the same time, the local farmers have their produce sold at good prices.
No, that's great. It's amazing what you are like doing. It's like the achievements that you are like creating is amazing. Just like going directly with these farmers that can be connected through the technology that you are like doing it's amazing. That's why you won the prize last year. Yes, it's like the things that we need just to create more innovation and just put the technology on their hands, no? Just to be more like efficient, as you say. Okay, we're going to move like a little bit in this conversation. We're going to move with Darius. We were like talking about like it's really difficult just to find like raise money in this sector, no? It's like we are not talking about a lot of technology that is changing, like maybe like how we're like seeing the business right now. It's like quite difficult for people who are like working in this sector just to find money, just to grow their ideas or like move up like the business that they have. And now maybe Darius, you can just like tell us more about what Food Lab is doing in this moment, just like doing this scouting, just like trying to find new ideas that is having the impact on this food sector. But also like really important, and it was like something that we were like talking also before. Of course, like we are like talking about AgriTech, no? Like technology that is transforming the sector, but also what is like the impact that this like a sector or like the business and the startups that are you looking for are like changing in these rural areas or like in some people that like are working on the field.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. So just as a little bit of introduction to Food Labs, we've been around for almost 10 years now, and as the name suggests, we invest all along the food value chain. So everything from agricultural production all the way down to consumer goods, and also some adjacent fields as well when it comes to recycling, and circular economies, as well as climate. And yeah, we look at that pre-seed, seed stage, really early companies.
That is really important just for the new ideas that are like coming, just to try to find like new funds, no?
Exactly. And there, we're really looking at the current trends, where the vision looks like the sector is going towards. So kind of understanding that is super important. With regards to what you said about difficulty in looking for funding, I guess agriculture had excellent funding years between 2019, 2021, those years, because of the economy, and that also brought in lots of investors from kind of adjacent fields, not those specialized specifically within food and ag, and so there were huge successes there in terms of the ease in fundraising, but that's obviously changed. There seems to be a bit of a correction, and funding is, it's still there, it's still getting to levels of what it was previously, just not as much as before. And so when we compare it to industries like pharma and other kind of life sciences, biotech, maybe the amounts might not be similar, but I think opportunities are definitely still there for startups to get their money. When we're looking at fintech, pharma, the return is obvious to investors, and that's where I think it's really important for startups within the space to emphasize not only their impact, but also how they can feasibly scale and bring those returns. And not every startup is made to be a VC backable startup as well.
Yeah, that's true.
And in those scenarios, alternate sources of funding might be the best way forward, whether that's through debt financing because you've got a lot of infrastructure required, or whether it's through government grants and even partnering with industry.
Yeah, I think it's like really important what you say. Not all the companies are like for VCs, yes. They need to know exactly in which stage they are, no, just to move in that area. But there is still a lot of resources, no, as you mentioned, no, that they need just to like maybe change sometimes the business model that they have in their minds, no, this because sometimes these people are not like having, as you mentioned, these visions or create more like a sustainable like business model at the end, just to reach more money, to be profitable, and to be a scale-up. And I think that's why it's important what you mentioned. We're going to move with Amparo. Amparo, I think, is like what you are like doing currently is like amazing too in this institution. It's just like helping this food sector just to be more innovative, like just to be like a scale up these ideas, not just to like move the business in a next stage. What do you like tell us more about what you are like currently doing there, the different projects that you are like looking for? Because you are you are managing the entrepreneurial like activities, and it's like really interesting just to see, because sometimes for people who are working in this sector, we don't know where to go, no? We don't know which entities which like are supporting this kind of sector, and I think it's really important the mission that you have and all the resources that you have to help like the startups that are coming from this sector.
Thank you, Juan. I'm going to try to keep it short, the pitch. But basically, EIT Food stands for the European Institute of Technology and Innovation, in this case for food. We cover the entire value chain, from farm to fork, including everything that is in between at different levels. So we like to see ourselves as a community. So currently, we are more than 200 members, big corporations, research institutions, universities, scale-ups, and small and medium-sized companies. So our mandate is to drive innovation, to change the system, the agri-food system, through innovation. So what we do in the part of entrepreneurship is we support startups and future startups, because we're starting the technology transfer to the very end. Through the community, we have projects for all the programs for all the different stages, but the important thing is that we do this by having this strong ecosystem, because startups at different stages, either they need support to get to the market or to create the company in this early stage technology transfer. We have to see that this is a sector where there are many B2B businesses, and with some of them with a strong, with a very important component of hardware or capex. So they need to connect with the big corporates because they are the clients. So that's another element that we focus on.
You connect with the big corporation that when they need it.
With the big corporations that we have in the community, that are all the famous ones that you can imagine, the things that you're eating around, and all the transformation industry is very present. And then finally, we have a small investment arm. So we invest in the companies, the startups that we have supported, between 300,000 euros and 500,000. And that's, I like to say that this is the easy part, because as I said, there are many B2B companies, B2B startups that they need to reach higher production volumes, and the only way is to invest in CapEx there.
Yes.
And that is where is a bit of the venture capital industry is still very shy about it. So that's one of the challenges for entrepreneurship in the sector.
Yes, it's really important. I think it's what you mentioned. But here, like in this panel, of course, like we are like talking about food tech, we are like seeing about the venture capital that is behind this sector. We're like talking about the different programs, the one that Amparo was like telling us. I think we are talking about impact, no? I think it's like this is our main like topic. Of course, it's like really important just to like been talking about innovation, technology, but also just to see how can we change a little bit the mindset of the new entrepreneurs, or also the VCs, or like the institution, like different policies at the government. How can we foster these ideas, no? Because at the end, this sector goes directly to the field. No, it's like when you go, for example, in our case, I'm just going to talk about my company. We are like helping the farmers, no, the cocoa farmers. We go directly to the cocoa farmers just to see how they are living, and we are like changing people's life. We were like discussing and talking about that this sector, what this sector has, is like a really strong connection with people in rural areas. No, they're the ones like they are like producing the food that we are like consuming. No, we have to have that in mind. That is like really important. Of course, technology is important, as you mentioned, with the technology that you are like with small changes in their business, you are like rocking up the business at the end. But this is I really like just to have a conversation about this, no? It's like how you see the impact, how you see the changes in people's life with this sector, no? Because we are like talking about AgriTech technology, new technology that just like being more profitable, more like, I don't know, just like to move in that area. But in some way we need to talk about impact, no, guys? We are like just to see, of course we need profitable companies. But I think we need to change a little bit the business model, no? Just to change these people's life and just to be fair with the people who are like in the field. That's why in each of your cases, in each of your field that you are like touching, for example, from the entrepreneurial area, from the VCs, and from the institutional side, how you are like seeing this? How can we just like foster this in the, like ideas just to move the mentality and the mindset of entrepreneurs just to have more impact? Maybe just like help with the different like policies at the governmental like point, just to help more this kind of entrepreneurs, or like institutions, just to be like, or VCs also, just to be like not only looking for the profitability that the companies can have. Of course, then we all need to be profitable because at the end we are business, but have more impact, more like impact in the social area and the environmental too, because we are like touching the earth, no, like the field, and we need just to change. Like look at what is happening with the cocoa right now. No, the prices are like really really high, and also it's because of the change in the weather, like all the like what is happening now in Africa. That's why it's really important just to have this topic. And I'm going to start with you, Natalia. How you see this in this entrepreneurial ecosystems? What do we need to do? What we need just to spread the word in the entrepreneurial ecosystem with the government, with the institution that can change these ideas.
Like from my perspective, I see that we've encouraged a lot this image of the entrepreneur as the disruptor, the one that comes into a market and makes a huge change just by himself or herself, and takes no one with them. Sometimes not.
Yeah, sometimes we are like trying to.
There's a bit this image out there, and what I think we should do is like to change the perspective, especially in agriculture, because we're talking earlier, right? The farmers are very, they've suffered a lot.
They are suffering, yes.
Everyone tried to take advantage of them, so they really need to get the trust from you to adopt your solution or to follow what you're saying.
No, and also to understand what is behind, no? Because I think it's like also a problem with the farmers, no? Because they don't understand exactly the effort that you are like putting to sell their products, no? I think it's both sides, no? And I think it's really important what you say.
Yes. So I would say that if that little thing, like the change in perspective of the entrepreneurs, instead of just finding or trying to find their solution, instead of that going to the community and talking with the actors, there is a million there. People that know a lot about agriculture, that have been helping farmers for decades, really to find collaborations, which is something that is also very hard sometimes, to find collaborations with the ecosystem, with the NGOs, with the foundations, with whatever little market you operate in, and find the way to add your little piece to the whole cake that is already happening, to multiply the effects of what you're doing. I think that's like one of the missing things that I am seeing in the ecosystem, in the food tech ecosystem, as I talk with other entrepreneurs. This, and also within the investor side, agriculture again is slightly different from other sectors because it's moving usually a bit slower. Times are different, as well as the impact. First, because the impact is huge. It has impact in the local communities, in the environment, in the
environment, and I think it's really important just to include too.
Yes. In the biodiversity, in the local economies, in the culture heritage of where the farmers are, right? In terms of seeds, breeds, techniques, 1,000 million things. So also so I was saying about the investor side, I think there needs to be also more investors with this view that we are usually doing systemic change, and systemic change takes time, although it's more secure, safer in the long term because you've established very solid grounds. So whenever you start growing, you grow with a lot of core, with a lot of strength behind that doesn't just fall out in a minute.
Because we were also talking about the greenwashing or the impact washing that many of these startups are using too, no? This is really important because now all people are talking about impact, no? When you have a pitch, well, they have a lot of impact. They're changing people's life, but when you scratch a little bit behind there is nothing, no? They're using in terms of marketing or in terms to how they can sell more, because also the client and the customers are looking for this, no? Are looking for products, and they need to know exactly what is it behind. And I think this is really important. How do you see this in the entrepreneurial area right now?
It's something that gets on my nerves because I'm a very impact-driven person, and I do what I do because I believe in it. And whenever I go to, I don't know, a VC or an impact fund, that they say they're impact, but they don't understand what a systemic change means. Well, I think it's something we are improving a lot in. In Northern Europe and Central Europe, this is a lot more developed than in Southern Europe, unfortunately. As a startup, we actually have European investors, because in Spain there is not so many. It's growing, but as usual, we're a bit behind in everything that has to do with ecology or sustainability. We're getting there. I'm sure we will get there. But
that's why it's important to have people in the sector as you, just spreading the word about the needs that the sector has. Okay, thank you very much. We will go for you, Darius. How you see it?
Yeah, so when it comes to impact, I think, first of all, it's great to be in the sector of food and agriculture because it's so evident what impact we can make, right? It's so intertwined with climate, with sustainability. I mean, food is central to our being. So what's great is I think there is so much out there with impact that finding the intersection with also returns it's a big intersection. There's a lot out there.
That's true.
And we don't see it as mutually exclusive at all. I mean, there's a reason why there are so many tailwinds for this right now. It's that this will be the future. We can't carry on going on in this way. We need alternate solutions, and those alternate solutions will have to replace old ways. And being able to build such ventures and be within that space is really exciting. A little bit on the what you mentioned about kind of substituting into existing frameworks and not trying to disrupt a whole ecosystem. I completely see that. Yeah, I see that angle for sure. I think it's a matter of timescales. So I come from an academic background where I was part of an academic project, lots of blue sky horizon research. We're talking about a decades-long timeline in order to improve our agriculture through crop genetics. I mean, there's benefit there, but yeah, the timescales are often very long. But I think there's some merit in such kind of blue sky research when we think about the efforts being made into kind of completely transforming the way we see our food systems. Like, why do we have to stick to our traditional forms of agriculture? I mean, we've seen these trends when it comes to alternative proteins, for example, or different modes of farming. And I think there's a place for that. It's just the timelines are very long. And on the flip side, there is definitely a place for kind of making tweaks within our existing systems and bringing proper, real efficiency that makes immediate impact towards our food systems as well. And there's also this intersection, right? For example, crop biologicals is a big theme at the moment. Like, what can we apply to our crops instead of chemicals in order to bring sustainability and not damage our ecosystems as much? Sure, you can do as much R&D as possible to create an amazing new novel input, but it needs to be able to integrate into current systems so that farmers will take it up, so that it can actually be utilized in a way. So I think being aware of that balance is super important in order to actually deliver that impact.
Yes, it's really important. And also, I was like, something coming to my mind, it was like also the impact that we need to create to our, like the customers, no? Like the people who are like eating the food, like that's why we need just to create healthy food, no? It's like in some, like where we are like only talking about impact, just like with the first part of the value chain, but we are not talking about the impact that we create with our clients, no? The people like us that are like consuming the food product. Thank you very much. And also with Amparo, how you see it, like now that you are like doing this also in your institution, what kind of like things that you are like seeing in the ecosystem, they are like having real impact, not like, how can like in your case, if you are like if you have programs that are like supporting this kind of startups or like new businesses coming, just to like measure the impact that they are like having right now.
Okay, yes, I like to build the answer around one specific project and not focus on the startups, if you allow me to. So I think that now what we're asking the farmers, and what we try to do is very much farmer-centric. We are supporting the ecosystem to move from conventional production of food to regenerative agriculture. That has nature.
This is really important right now, like the regenerative.
It has soil and biodiversity at the center. So when you look at the farmer, I mean, agriculture is already very much technified, but everything is oriented to productivity. And farmers, they get paid for what they produce and for producing much cheaper, even through systems like the European Common Agricultural Policy. This is what this policy incentivizes. And now we're making farmers the guardians of our nature, of our biodiversity, of our sustainability. And that's a challenge for them. I mean, they can apply any technologies, but you cannot build on top of what they have to do on the daily basis. Now, that's the reason we see that.
And talking about this, is like a new policy that is going to come to Europe, that nobody can just like import like products from the outside, that they were like coming from not like the forestate. Like
and you have to be fair, because we are imposing European farmers. We are imposing European farmers certain conditions that we don't impose to products that are farmed elsewhere around the world. But going back to what we see there is that farmers get obligations on top of what they do, but there is not clear the reward system for them. I mean, there are two elements that are necessary. First, there are still some technology areas that they need to be developed, because when we talk about measuring soil health, it's what we measure, how we measure. To date, there is not a real standard on what we consider soil health, and measuring accurately soil health, carbon sequester, etc., is still very expensive. So you could not do it at a scale if we wanted. So there are still some technologies that are needed to do that in a more efficient way. And then we need business models, because if farmers are asked to keep biodiversity around them, like improving water quality, improving air pollution, this is a system that they deliver to the ecosystem, but it is not a business model. It's already a bit started. There are carbon credit schemes that can be applied. People are already talking about biodiversity credits, but that's not at all. There are a couple of
like
startups
a new term that is coming, no?
Yes, there are some startups and people thinking around how to reward farmers for their impact in the biodiversity around them. But that's new business model that need to be created, and many stakeholders around that need to be involved. So when you consider the impact that you can do through agriculture, you have to keep farmers at the center of everything, because then everything becomes circular. If you produce In that way, then the food that is produced has a higher nutritional density.
Yeah.
And then we also need to think of what we're eating and how it impacts our health. So this is something where also the consumers at the end, we as consumers, we need to be conscious of what we buy.
Yeah,
So
that's why we were
it cannot be
talking
done,
about,
this systemic transformation cannot be done with all of us being part of them. And that's the real challenge, new technologies and also new business models. And it's close to a strong component of social innovation that is needed. I think that Natalia already, that is close to farmers and the communities, realize that maybe not from the States we can do much.
Yeah, but I think you mentioned something important is the business model. Sometimes we need just to change how we are like creating the business model just to include these new terms, no? Like as you mentioned, no? Like we are putting a lot of like pressure in terms of biodiversity in many countries. Like for example, in our case in Colombia, it's like we have like one of the most like biodiverse countries in the world. And when you are like creating this I don't know, like new policies, it's like really difficult for them because it's like, as you mentioned, technology is like already on the field, no? But they cannot like maintain the biodiversity just to like move on. Thank you very much. I think it was like a pleasure. We can just like stay here like for hours just to talk about this impact, and this is like a really important topic just to discuss. Thank you very much, the South Summit, that gave us the opportunity to talk about this and to talk about with these outstanding speakers that are from different fields. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being here, just like hearing us about this, and thank you, and hopefully just like see you again in and another like ecosystem event, no? Just to talk about.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Darius. Thank you, Amparo, for this wonderful panel. Great. And for you now, there is one event less just across the street in Arena. The closing session from 1 to 2. And tonight, party time. Let's rock and roll. Plaza España. Plaza España, 7 o'clock. Be there, because there are limited places. Hope to see you next year, South Summit 25. Ciao, ciao, bye-bye.